Chapter 1486. But Li Qingshan's protection did not stop there. Strange. She's not a demon folk, so why isn't she rejected by the laws of the demon domain? If I use some strange magic or magic treasure to sneak into the cold lead pass, it would be useless during the tribulation. Ingja couldn't understand. In his estimation, Chao Chenjia would definitely die. The laws of heaven and earth would not be lenient just because he wanted to transcend the tribulation. If he had to resist the tribulation lightning externally and the devil heart internally, he would also have to suffer the suppression and rejection of the laws of heaven and earth. It would be like fighting a strong enemy while wearing shackles. Even if she had to go through 100 tribulations, she wouldn't be able to succeed even once. This was undoubtedly the influence of Li Qingshan's spirit. Chao Tianjie recalled his voice and smile and became even more determined. She no longer looked at the demon of vexation as if it did not exist. The demon of vexation was like the fierce tiger in the donkey of Qian. Although it could cut open the belly of the donkey with a single pounce, it did not dare to try because it had never seen such a strange animal. It seemed to be very powerful. After all, it was the path of the Jinwu demon-rinsing patriarch. The black tortoise Dao itself was a deterrent to demons. Thunder roared incessantly and time flew by. Chao Tenjiao had finally reached the end of her rope, especially when the remaining aura of Li Qingshan's spirit was dissipating bit by bit. The invisible laws of the demonic domain were like a spiderweb, covering him in layers. At first, it was very light and thin, but soon, it became very heavy. The demon of worry twitched its nose, as if trying to identify her scent, and grew restless, trying to get closer to her. However, a bright smile appeared on her face. She had already bought enough time. The Essence Soul had completely solidified and could be called the Black Tortoise Essence Soul. His physical body was still there. After being tempered by the tribulation lightning, it had become even stronger. Her heart was still there, not forgetting the 7 emotions and 6 desires, not forgetting him. Cut the tribulation. With a single slash, a weapon condensed from tribulation lightning was cut in half. It turned into countless lightning arcs and scattered in the air, never to reform again. Using this as a node, she held a knife in her hand. Invincible, the 6th heavenly tribulation was nearing its end. Demon Sweep. He waved his saber again and slashed at the demon of vexation. It was not because of the blade. Instead, it was the cruel, austere, and all-conquering true meaning of the black tortoise. The demon of vexation felt the sharp edge piercing his bones. He could not help but avoid the edge of the blade and was swept away. The cold light of the black tortoise saber shone brightly. She was like a valkyrie, standing tall in the sky. Ingja, don't delay any longer. If you let this slut leave, you won't be able to bear the responsibility. Tu Wancheng was half worried and half mocking. Ingja's heart sank. He no longer hesitated. He took out an ice-blue rhombus-shaped crystal from his sleeve and bowed deeply to the ground. Welcome, faceless evil god. All the demon sovereigns followed suit and knelt on the ground, shouting in unison, "Greetings, faceless evil god." The rhombus-shaped crystal floated in midair, gradually rising, becoming brighter and brighter. With a loud bang, it shattered, and the dazzling light condensed into a transportation gate that slowly opened. One had a medium build, ordinary clothes, and a mediocre temperament. There was no one who walked out of the door. Even their genders were blurred. If they were thrown into the sea of people, they would not cause a ripple. The only unusual thing was that his pale face had no eyes, ears, a mouth, or a nose, and no expression. It was terrifying. Similarly, a nondescript voice came out of nowhere. Why so early? As an evil god second only to the 12 demon sovereigns, he also had a heavy responsibility, and he had to cultivate. Time was very precious. Even if they were to attack Black Cloud City this time, they would have to wait until the demon emperors were ready and the war was at its most critical juncture before they could make the final decision. He did not expect Ingja to use the transportation crystal so quickly. Ingja lowered his head and was about to explain, "Lord, it's a bunch of trash." The faceless evil god had already realized that, even though he had no eyes, he was not blind or deaf. The lightning was so bright and the thunder was so loud that even a deaf and blind person could feel it. The sudden burst of power made the demon sovereigns unable to raise their heads. They all said, "Please forgive us, Lord." This was the power of a god, even if he was only a demigod. Tu Wanqing's heart was filled with twisted joy. "Old thing, how dare you anger the faceless evil god? Let's see how you deal with this. And that bitch Chao Tianjiao, do you think you can survive after going through 6 heavenly tribulations? Let's see how you die." The faceless evil god reached out to grab Ing's head. Ing just suddenly screamed, "Congratulations, Lord." "Congratulations. What's there to congratulate?" The faceless evil god asked back. Even though he had no facial features, his face seemed to be wriggling as if he was making an expression. Ingja raised his head and said with a flattering expression, "Congratulations, Lord, for killing the enemy human immortal." The faceless evil god was stunned. His hand paused in midair, then he understood and patted Ing's head. "Good news indeed. You did well. Get up, all of you." The demon sovereigns looked at each other. Ingja glared at Tu Wanqing as if he had been pardoned. You still cultivate the path of Black Tortoise." The faceless evil god looked at Chao Tianjiao in the sky. If he had eyes, his eyes would have lit up. If he had a mouth, his mouth would have been drooling. In the war against the human realm, whoever could kill the enemy human immortal would have made a huge contribution. Not only would he receive a huge amount of resources, even for him, but he would also be favored by the heavens. However, this contribution was not easy to obtain. Since he had the word immortal on him, it was extremely difficult to kill him. Even the demon sovereigns might not be able to take him down. Because at this level, he could no longer rely on his own skills to protect himself. With the Jinwu Demon Rinsing Grandmaster as the leader, the entire desireless heavenly palace would protect him and not let him put himself in danger. If the human emperor was still a chess piece on the chessboard, a relatively powerful chariot cannon, then, even if the human immortal was not a chess player, he was at least a general and would be protected by the overall situation. If he lost the general, he would have lost the game. This often meant millions of soldiers and thousands of miles of territory. Killing a human immortal, and from the bloodline of the Jinwu Great Emperor, this contribution was no less than taking down Black Cloud City, and might even be more. How could the faceless evil god not be happy when he got such a great bargain? Although the human immortal's background was a little awkward, the demonic realm's heavens could not discern such things. Killing her was killing her. And the demon sovereigns would most likely not care, because a human immortal was a human immortal. When she successfully passes the tribulation and becomes a human immortal, she will be at her weakest. I only need to hit her lightly to kill her. If she was in the human realm, her primordial spirit might have a chance to escape. But in the demonic realm, I can do whatever I want. The faceless evil god was bent on killing a human immortal and establishing a mystical skill. He had no intention of capturing her alive. With a creepy and horrifying expression on his face, a pale white hand reached out towards Chao Tianjiao. It grew longer and longer in midair, becoming bigger and bigger until it turned into a sharp claw, as if it was going to tear the entire sky apart. Boom! The last lightning strike was shattered by Chao Tianjiao's saber. Her mind relaxed, and the black tortoise saber aura retracted from the blade. The long saber disintegrated and turned into ashes. She also felt exhausted and could not muster up any strength. She had been so focused on dealing with the tribulation that she did not even notice the faceless evil god's arrival. Chapter 1487. Black Cloud City was cold and silent. Snow drifted down. There were quite a few soldiers strolling around the streets, still discussing the grand martial competition that happened not long ago. In the past, war would begin again at this time. The long battle lines would crisscross. The armies of both sides would be bathed in blood, using their hot blood to melt the snow and frozen earth. The people in the city would be mobilized in full swing, constantly taking turns to fight, recuperating, and going out again. They would be reduced to a skeleton, or they would use their hands to establish their own path of cultivation. Perhaps there was fear, but more than that, there was anticipation. However, this year, they were unexpectedly disappointed. The demon folk never appeared. Everyone guessed that this was probably related to the massacre of Cold Blood Pass. The demon domain had yet to replenish their soldiers, and it was impossible for them to kill their way into the demon domain. All they could do was wait. As a result, only the Pure Land Temple remained busy. The abbot even set aside his cultivation, using this opportunity to purify the demon domain and compress the territory of the demon domain. He had no time to reform Li Qingshan. In such a peaceful atmosphere, the commander of the Blaze Army, the first senior brother, Li Liehua, became more and more restless. He needed to let the flames burn and slaughter to his heart's content, or he would feel pain. The flame patterns flowed under his sturdy body like surging lava, flickering with his breathing. His veins were exposed, and his muscles bulged. Who would have thought that the first senior brother with a fiery temperament usually needed to endure constantly? If he did not erupt in his endurance, he would die in his endurance. He had often tasted the taste of death. It was a pile of ashes. If he dispersed his cultivation, his personality would probably be even quieter than an old monk who had cultivated arduously for many years. But recently, because of a certain person, it had become even more difficult to endure. Li Qingshan. The flames blazed brightly. He clenched his fists firmly, suppressing his frenzied anger. His remaining sliver of rationality told him that this was probably his fate. The true meaning of the flames was to rise. He had reached the peak of Renhuang a long time ago. If he could not rise, he would begin the backlash. If he could not endure it, he would kill that kid regardless of everything. The pressure from the sect was easy to endure, but it would mean losing control of his power. Then he would not be far from death. But if he wanted to endure it, it really was difficult. He gritted his teeth. His eyes almost popped out as tears of blood flowed out. He evaporated instantly. Power was also a torment. However, he believed that if he could survive this ordeal, he would have the opportunity to ascend to the next level. The path of raging fire required such rage as a guide, and not to gradually burn away one's rationality and resources in a warm fire. Tribulation. It was also an opportunity. Under the gray stone tower, Li Qingshan didn't know that he was so angry that he cried. Although he was just a fuse, even if Li Liehua came to kill him now, he would not be afraid. A brand new small world had already taken shape. The ox, the tiger, the turtle, and the phoenix were all relaxed. Earth, fire, wind, water, and water returned to their respective positions. At this point, the problem of the balance between the gods and demons was finally resolved. He would cultivate whichever he wanted, and he would cultivate to whichever level he wanted. It was as if he had been unlocked. From then on, the sky is high, the birds are free to fly, the sea is wide, the fish are free to leap. If this wasn't enough to crush Li Liehua in a direct confrontation, then breaking through to the fifth heavenly tribulation was something that was close at hand. If he hadn't lost his Yin spirit, he could have broken through immediately as long as he cultivated his Yang spirit. But this was good. His foundation was in the 9 transformations of the gods and demons, not the Book of Freedom. When he pushed the ox, tiger, turtle, and phoenix transformation to the 6th level, he didn't believe that he couldn't pass the heavenly tribulation. Hey! After suppressing and enduring for so long, I can finally stretch out my muscles and bones. Sigh. In the midst of his carefree mood, he let out a sigh. Qiao Tenjiao still hadn't returned. If she had passed the heavenly tribulation successfully, she should have returned. With that woman's personality, it was impossible that she didn't come here to reminisce. He had already prepared a set of words. Since she didn't come, it was likely that she was dead. But there was a glimmer of hope. If she died in battle, her life lamp would be extinguished. The Wanxiang sect couldn't possibly not say anything, but it was also possible that they were blocking the news to prevent the morale of the army from being shaken. Was he too immersed in his role? There was no point in thinking too much. He threw all his guesses to the back of his head, stood up, and called out to Little and, "Let's go out and find a good place to cultivate and pass the heavenly tribulation." Okay. Little and smiled. I'll protect you. Thank you, Master Little, and Chao Tianjiao abruptly turned his head, only to see a patch of paleness sealing the void. She had just climbed to the peak and escaped death, but now she was thrown into the abyss, on the verge of death. She frowned and closed her eyes, thinking, can't I escape death? Then she opened her eyes, her eyebrows were like knives, and she smiled. Facing the pale and desperate situation, she used her fingers like a knife and slashed it. Evil, you've cultivated too much. Above the sky, there was a thunderous roar. There was a flash of light, and blood splattered. The pale and sharp claws were cut off at the wrist. The faceless evil god was in great pain, and he quickly retracted his hand, but only a broken wrist. His face twitched intensely, and he said in a hoarse voice, "True Force Sword." The golden armor general descended from the sky, and his divine light shone in all directions. His cloak fluttered behind him like a big flag. He held a black scabbard with both hands, and a turtle and a snake entwined in the 7 constellations formation. The murderous aura spread across the land. The 12 demon kings were trembling, and even the chaotic and evil Ing's teeth were chattering, as if a great disaster was coming. If not for the faceless evil god, they would have scattered. The dark light circled around and returned to the scabbard, and the murderous aura disappeared. Chao Tianjiao had just escaped death, and she blinked. 6 Armor General. The golden armor general smiled and nodded. Yes, I am Wang Wenqing. With the true force sword in hand, please forgive me for not being able to greet you. On the orders of Heavenly Emperor Xian Tian, I am here to invite you to the desireless Heavenly Palace. Heavenly Emperor Xian Tian was one of the titles of Heavenly Emperor Jinwu. Chao Tianjiao looked down, and the pale and sharp claws turned to ashes before they could even touch the ground. The faceless evil god and the 12 demon kings did not dare to take a step forward. Divine General Wang Wenqing, on the other hand, had a pair of phoenix eyes and slender eyebrows, a fair complexion, and a calm demeanor. He did not look like a divine general fighting in the demonic domain, but more like a scholar reciting poems in his own courtyard. He did not take the faceless evil god and the 12 demon emperors seriously at all. She bowed and said, "Fellow Taoist, thank you for saving my life." She could not help but look at the sword in his arms and felt a sense of closeness and respect, as if she was facing a strict father. The 6 armors were famous, and they were the immortal generals of Heavenly Emperor Jinwu. However, their main duty was not to fight against the demonic area. They were often summoned by Taoist priests from all over the world to execute the wind and thunder, subdue demons and devils, so everyone knew about them. However, even though the Jiazi god was the leader of the 6 armors, it was not enough to intimidate an evil god. Moreover, the higher one's cultivation, the more restrictions they would face. In the demonic area, if the faceless evil god ordered the 12 demon kings to set up the demonic formation of 12 demons, even a few more man-immortals would dare to fight. What they truly feared was the true force sword in his hand, the sword of Heavenly Emperor Jinwu. Chapter 1488. At the same time, Wang Wenqing was also sizing up Chao Tianjiao. He saw that her divine splendor was restrained and her 7 mansions were hidden. She had already obtained the true meaning of the black tortoise and was extraordinary. He couldn't help but praise in his heart. What imposing aura! As expected of the grand Tao of an imperial monarch. How many years had it been since someone was able to cultivate a black tortoise primordial spirit? It was rare that the corpse hadn't been dismembered yet, preserving the physical body. Now, there was a chance for it to reach the next level. No wonder the Imperial Emperor gave me the true martial sword and ordered me to come to his rescue. Even though she has just become a human immortal, her future is limitless. I cannot underestimate her. Thus, he smiled and said, "I'll call you Junior Martial Sister. This place is a barren land with torrential demonic flames. It's not a good idea to stay for long. Please wait a moment, Senior Brother." Chao Tianjiao cupped her hands and looked back. Her gaze swept across the faceless demon god and the 12 demon emperors like a bolt of cold lightning. A murderous aura was revealed between her brows. She pointed to the sky and swore, "I will never forget what happened today. I will kill all of you. The expressions of the 12 demon emperors changed. The faceless evil god was expressionless. The worldly immortal oath of alliance was not just for show. There was a huge entanglement of karma. Wang Wenqing smiled bitterly. This junior sister is really something. She's already a human immortal, but her killing intent is still so strong. However, this is not a flaw in the desireless heavenly palace. All right, senior brother. Let's go. Wang Wenqing patted her shoulder, and the two of them turned into a beam of divine light, flying into the sky. The tribulation clouds that filled the sky dispersed. The sky was clear for thousands of miles, and stars filled the sky. A dark moon hung high in the sky. The cold Blood Pass was originally in ruins, and now it was even more dilapidated. Even more than half of the pass city had collapsed. Tu Wanqing's lips trembled as he cursed under his breath, slut, slut. But he no longer had his original confidence. Unless he left the battle formation and hid in the depths of the infernal domain, he wouldn't know when he would be struck again, and he would definitely die. Ing's face contorted. Not only did the ambush fail miserably, but they also succeeded in enlightening a human immortal. In the dead silence, the faceless evil god finally spoke. Attack the city, break the city. Otherwise, all of you will die. The 12 demon emperors replied in unison, yes. With an order, they flew across the canyon and went deep into the demonic domain. Amid the bleak and mournful sound of the bugle horn, the sky was filled with the flames of war. Armies gathered one after another. There were countless demon generals and demon commanders. There were also countless demon kings and demon emperors, all of whom were riding on giant demon beasts. Escorting the grim equipment, they headed towards Cold Blood Pass. A bright moon shone over the mountains. Li Qingshan and Little and quietly left Black Cloud City. Following the winding border, they arrived at an uninhabited mountain range. This was the treasure land he had carefully chosen, and it happened to be between Black Cloud City and another big city. It was the weakest part of the defensive line. There was no need to worry about being discovered. At the same time, he could observe the movements of the main battlefield in the demon domain. Just as Chao Tenjia had predicted, the 12 demon emperors had gathered at Cold Blood Pass and would definitely make a big move in the near future. Even if he had foiled their plan to sow discord, he probably wouldn't stop. Regardless of whether or not she could escape unscathed, he didn't want to become a deserter. In the army, that was a capital offense. Li Liehua would definitely seize the opportunity to make things difficult for him. Then, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Not only did he not intend to avoid the main battlefield, but he also wanted to go all out and obtain enough merit points to become a true disciple. Then, he would no longer be shackled. If he advanced, he could form his own army, command the army, and become the army commander. If he retreated, he could calmly return to Myriad Appearance Sect and prepare for the journey to the ultimate ruins. If he combined the two, he might even be able to compete with Li Liehua for the position of eldest senior brother. Li Qingshan prayed silently, I will kill a few more demon emperors and snatch the position of eldest senior brother from that fiery brat. It can be considered as revenge for you. Your soul in heaven can also rest in peace. However, if he was struck to death by tribulation lightning, he would turn into ashes. He could not be more dead. Thus, he shook his head again. I don't have any soul in heaven. Even though he sighed, it was really limited. It wasn't that he was heartless. It was just that they weren't familiar with each other, and they were even enemies. Falling into such a situation was also the result of her stubbornness. In the end, he even sacrificed his own spirit to help her. No matter what, he had done his best. Of course, it would be best if she could survive. If she couldn't, would it be his fault? High above the 9 heavens, Chao Tianjia's expression changed. Wang Wenqing asked, What's wrong, junior sister? Someone seems to be speaking ill of me. Chao Tenjiao clenched her fists and said furiously, It must be those damned demon folk. Wang Wenqing smiled. After becoming a human immortal, you've already taken a step into the path of immortals, so your senses will become much sharper. However, unless it's someone important or something important, you probably won't be able to sense it. If you can sense it from just a few words, wouldn't you be annoyed to death? Senior brother is right. Chao Tenjiao murmured to herself, someone important. Something important. Wang Wenqing suddenly became serious. Don't get distracted, junior sister. The desireless heavenly palace is right up ahead. That's the most important matter right now. Understood. With an earth-shaking moo, Li Qingshan turned into an ox demon, standing tall and throwing a punch at the mountain in front of him. Boom! The mountain shook violently. Cracks spread out like a spider web, as if it was a giant trembling before his divine strength. He did not use the living soil of the 9 heavens, relying purely on the strength of the ox demon. Even if it was not as effective as smashing a mountain with a single punch in the 9 provinces, it was still quite impressive. Ox demon butts horns. He lowered his head again, and his horns charged forward as his 2 hooves kicked backwards violently. Boom! Under the moonlight, Little and drifted about, gazing at the huge ox at the foot of the mountain with a smile as it slammed its head into the mountain like it had lost its mind. Afterwards, half of the mountain suddenly collapsed, crushing him underneath. Heh, how stupid. Li Qingshan was crushed under 10,000 tons of rock and soil. If he had been someone else, he would have been crushed to death in a single blow, yet he felt as comfortable and safe as if he had returned to his mother's embrace. The ox demon transformation was the first transformation he had cultivated, as well as the foundation of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine. Whether it be its defenses, durability, or destructive power, it was impeccable. Coupled with a divine item like the living soil of the 9 heavens, it was basically as powerful as it could be. The ox demon transformation focused on accumulation, and he had already reached the 5th layer many years ago. He could not accumulate any more. As for comprehension, along the way, he had faced countless powerful enemies and endless setbacks. If he did not have this stubbornness, how could he have persevered through all the setbacks and reached where he was today? If the ape demon transformation was said to be very compatible with his temperament, and there were no bottlenecks when cultivating it, then the ox demon transformation did not need to be compatible at all. He was a raging ox to begin with. No matter what difficulties or obstacles there were, if his fists could not break through, he would use his head to smash a path out. He did not believe in the heavens, and only tread on the thick earth, one step at a time. Just one more step forward. The 6th layer of the ox demon transformation had been broken through. Endless power surged from the earth, filling his limbs and bones. However, his mood was very calm. He had merely taken another step forward in his long journey. In the small world, the earth became increasingly vast and sturdy, bearing everything, be it glory or suffering. The road ahead was long, and the 9 heavens was not far. He slowly got up, shook off 10,000 tons of rock and soil, and looked up at the starry sky. Chapter 1489. In this desolate land, an invisible snake swam past the lofty mountains, passing through the boundary between the human realm and the demon domain. The rainbow-colored figure twisted, revealing some claws before vanishing again very soon. The moment he entered the human realm, he felt a strange sense of loss. This was the feeling of losing protection. The laws of the human realm could not suppress demon folk, but he, or more accurately, she, was the child of destiny of the demon domain. Leaving the demon domain meant losing this destiny, so his feelings were obviously much deeper than regular demon folk. You're already a demon folk. Every single hair on your body is one. You can't wash yourself clean. What do you think the myriad sect will do to you? Kill you on the spot? Skin you alive? Or use you before entering samsara? That's probably the most merciful outcome. Qian Rongji continued to mock him, but Chuolong became calm. You can't stop me anymore. Leaving the infernal domain had a much greater impact on her than on him, because she was the true child of destiny. Most importantly, he was already prepared to die. He would no longer be threatened by her. That was because he deeply understood one thing. If he continued to sink into the demon domain, he would definitely be the one to be devoured. She was basically undefeatable in this clash of willpower. It was just like locking a normal person up with a madman. If the normal person could not kill the madman, The final outcome would definitely be the normal person going mad, not the other way around. In reality, he already felt like he was about to go mad. His willpower was on the verge of losing control. He had to brave through mountains of blades and seas of fire, as that outcome was even more tragic than entering samsara. She smiled gently. Don't blame me if you go crazy when the time comes. Then let's perish together. A rumble rang out in the distance, which alarmed him. Earthquake? Landslide? No, that's the sound of violent collisions. It's more like powerful cultivators sparring and fighting. This should be the very edge of the defensive line of Black Cloud City. Why are there cultivators here? He thought of something. If I can run into a disciple of the Myriad sect, preferably a direct disciple, I can explain everything clearly. It'll be better than risking my life outside Black Cloud City. As a result, he made up his mind and swam towards the source of the tremors. Strangely enough, this time, she did not mock him. She lay in wait quietly. As he swam past a valley, his eyes narrowed. On a mountain peak not far away stood an extremely familiar white figure. He paused for a moment, and her crazy laughter resounded in his mind. Such was fate. What a joke. Billowing demonic chi came from the front. It was extremely familiar. He impatiently circled around another tall mountain. A figure as tall as a mountain stood in the middle of the mountains, with a huge ox head raised high. He looked up at the starry sky. Li Qingshan. I can't be wrong. This was the enemy who had beaten him into the demon domain. Even if he turned into ashes, he would not forget. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Kill. Just as he was about to launch a sneak attack, his figure was exposed. 7-colored light and shadow twisted, and a colorful giant dragon roamed between the mountains. Li Qingshan and looked over. You bitch. He cursed again in his heart, but this was the mortal realm, her disturbance was limited, so he simply approached Li Qingshan and asked coldly, Li Qingshan, do you still remember me? Li Qingshan was surprised as well. Such a huge dragon had suddenly appeared, and it had managed to get so close without being discovered, so it definitely could not be anyone easy to deal with. Now that he had been questioned like this, he became even more confused. Who are you? It seems to be a Hui dragon. Little and tilted his head, the skull prayer bead slid into his hand. Hui dragon. Li Qingshan suddenly realized, so it's you. He was even more shocked. They were separated from 2 worlds, and then each left a world to come to this mortal realm. The world was so big. How unlucky it was to meet in this wilderness. The Buddhists' Society of Resentment was not without reason. However, Li Qingshan was no longer the Li Qingshan of the past. At that time, he was only at the peak of the 3rd heavenly tribulation. Now, he had passed the 4th heavenly tribulation and was preparing to pass the 5th. Moreover, he had little and by his side, so although he was shocked, he was not afraid, and his fighting spirit was high. Oh, you joined the demon realm and wanted to sneak attack Black Cloud City? The resentment in Hui Dragon's heart grew. He glanced at the collapsed mountain peak and asked coldly, why are you here? Li Qingshan blinked his ox eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. He couldn't help but laugh, and his laughter echoed in the mountains, as if he had heard a wonderful joke. Hui Dragon's expression was ferocious, and a low roar rumbled in his throat. If it was his previous temperament, he would have pounced on him and torn him to pieces. However, after experiencing this depravity, he had learned to endure, and there was still a trace of fear in his heart that he was unwilling to admit. What I lack the most now is information about the mortal realm. Why don't I get some information first, and then take my revenge? That way, I will have more confidence. Li Qingshan laughed, but his mind was quickly thinking of a countermeasure. In an instant, he had made up his mind to keep Hui Dragon here. Otherwise, if this guy went to the Myriad sect to complain about him, the joke would be too big. Not only did he almost cause the death of a true disciple of the Myriad sect, but he would also be blamed for the death of the former eldest senior brother, Lin Xian. If Chao Tianjia really died in Cold Blood Pass, then he would also be implicated in the death of his eldest senior sister. If he was hated by the current eldest senior brother, Li lied to the point of gnashing his teeth, then his position as an inner disciple would come to an end. There was no need for any plans, he should just pack up and run. Even Luo Ho Xiaoming and Gu Yenying in the mysterious underworld cave would be implicated. Thinking of this, he felt that it was very troublesome. Although I have the strength to fight him, it is almost impossible to kill him. After all, he is a human emperor, no, a demon emperor, and a member of the dragon clan. His body is very strong, and the demon realm is not far away. Fortunately, this guy is covered in demon chi, so he can't enter Black Cloud City. Whatever, I have to try anyway. Let me start by mocking him first. Li Qingshan stopped laughing and patted his chest. I am an inner disciple of the Myriad sect, so it's obviously my duty to protect my territory. There's nothing strange about me appearing here. Hui Dragon's breathing halted. His eyes widened in disbelief. You're an inner disciple of the Myriad sect? An indescribable fury immediately surged out. Qian Rongji's mocking laughter rang out in his head once again, filled with sharp mockery. Oh my, how interesting. A mighty true disciple has become a demon folk, and a demon has become an inner disciple. What, you don't believe me? Li Qingshan shook his huge ox head and fished out the Myriad sect's emblem to show. Look at what this is, huh? He could not help but laugh again. Fate sure was bizarre. Sai, if you hadn't betrayed the sect and fallen into the demon realm, I'd still be calling you senior brother. But listen up, I definitely won't let a single damned demon folk approach Black Cloud City. If you know what's good for you, piss off to the demon realm and don't let me see you again. If you're tired of living, hee. He clenched his fist. I'll beat you up again. Chapter 1490. Li Qingshan snickered. This move of mine works every time. You're just looking for death if you try to fight me head-on. With a moo, he threw a punch. In the state of Ox Demon transformation, he didn't need to deliberately activate it. His fist naturally carried the power of vibration. Even Ao Xian was almost hammered to death by him. However, this punch actually missed. He felt a sharp pain on the right side of his neck. When the iron fist rushed over, a hint of cruelty and cunning flashed across the Chua dragon's eyes. Its huge body suddenly shrunk countless times. Like a tiny ribbon, it wrapped around Li Qingshan's arm and fiercely bit his neck. He was no longer the Chua dragon from before. He still paid attention to the aura of an emperor. He had already completely turned into a poisonous dragon. The most powerful thing was not the cloud summoning spell, but the poison contained in the dragon's teeth. Even a demon emperor would be severely injured if he was bitten by it. You sure are cunning. Li Qingshan pressed his neck and frowned. He tasted the long-awaited pain of hell. The Chua dragon roared, "Do you still remember how you tricked me back then?" Not only could his poison penetrate the bone marrow and destroy the physical body, but it also contained a kind of resentment that could corrode the soul. Therefore, he won this move. Not only did he not pounce on Li Qingshan, but he also stayed far away, waiting for the poison to take effect on Li Qingshan. He longed to hear his cries of pain. He glanced at the cliff from the corner of his eye. Little N's figure had disappeared at some point. He couldn't even catch a trace of his aura. Li Qingshan smiled honestly. Fortunately, I just broke through. Otherwise, I really would have fallen into your trap. The colorful poison spread quickly on his neck. However, in the Ox Demon transformation, he didn't need to deliberately use all the Ox Demon's magical powers. Among them was Ox Demon forges its hide. Although the Chua dragon's teeth were sharp, they couldn't bite through this tough and thick ox hide. However, the disease lies in the texture. Therefore, he casually grabbed and tore off the necrotic ox hide. The wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. He still had a silly smile on his face and a pair of bulging bull eyes. He looked at the Chua dragon calmly. Again, the Hui dragon let out a dragon roar and spat out a rainbow-colored miasma that turned into surging poisonous clouds. It filled the entire valley and instantly engulfed Li Qingshan's huge body. He dove into the poisonous cloud and hid his presence. Dragons could rise and hide. If it was big, it would spit out mist. If it was small, it would hide itself. This was a technique that he already had. Even without Qian Rongji's cooperation, he could easily use it. When I was in the 9 regions, I was like a dragon trapped in a shoal. Just now I've lost to you. Today, I'll call you. An invisible force suddenly expanded. He broke through the poisonous miasma. The Hui dragon, which was exposed, also became sluggish. Hey, there's a flaw. A large hand came down from above, swatting him away like a fly. With a loud bang, he crashed into the mountain peak. Li Qingshan's surroundings were clear, not even a speck of dust could be seen. This was one of the ox demon thaumaturgies, the Great Earth Field. He felt slightly regretful. That palm strike did not contain the power of vibration when the Great Earth Force Field was fully activated. It was far from enough to severely injure the Hui dragon. All he did was turn the tables. The ox demon was not known for its speed. He did not take advantage of the situation to pursue. He stood steadily under the starry sky, shoulder to shoulder with the mountains. He clearly did not have the slightest advantage, but he was calm as if everything was under his control. He was like an elder looking at a mischievous young man and asked with a smile, still going. Boom! The mountain peak collapsed, rocks flew everywhere. The angry dragon soared into the sky, looking down at Li Qingshan. But he did not have the upper hand. He was deeply afraid. It had only been a short time since the Battle of the 9 regions, but he had already grown to this level. If he could not kill him in this battle, he might not have another chance in the future. Since you can't do anything to me, why don't you scram back to the demon's domain? Black Cloud City has 2 army commanders. Li Liehua is my brother, and Chao Tianjiao is my woman. If you dare to go to your death, I'll immediately activate the roaring black cloud thunder formation and turn you into ashes. Li Qingshan's voice was low and honest. He lied without changing his expression. Li Liehua, Chao Tianjiao, you really dare to talk nonsense. When Chuolong first joined the Myriad Phenomenon sect, these 2 were already the best of the best among the true disciples. Although he did not believe Li Qingshan's words, he could not help but have some doubts. In the demon's domain, being suspicious was a basic quality that could not be missed. Li Qingshan used this opportunity to take out an item with a flip of his hand. It was an extremely ordinary piece of soil, without any spiritual chi at all. It was only the size of a fist. In his huge hand, it was like a grain of sand. If he threw it on the ground casually, no cultivator would notice it, let alone reach out to pick it up. But this was the only piece of living soil of the 9 heavens condensed in a large world. No matter which world it fell into, it would be quickly devoured. It would only appear again when the world was destroyed. If anyone wanted to take one, they would have to travel through the void and destroy a large world with their own hands. But to search through billions of tons of soil and stone while fighting countless void-swallowing beasts for food, even true immortals and demon gods did not have the ability to do so. To Li Qingshan, it was far more powerful than any magic treasure. But in the end, it was just an external object. It's time! He opened his ox demon mouth and revealed 2 rows of neat front teeth. He swallowed it without hesitation. The living soil of the 9 heavens flowed down his throat, but it did not enter his stomach. Instead, it fell into the small world and sank deep into the ground. In an instant, the ground shook violently and expanded further. Li Qingshan's ox demon 6th tier, which he had just broken through, advanced once again. Endless power surged out from the small world. His body swelled and his muscles bulged. His pair of horns stretched out and his hide became tougher. He clenched his fists, spread his arms, and bellowed at the sky. The ground beneath his feet was shattered into dust. Several mountains beside him collapsed with a loud rumble. In Black Cloud City, Li Liehua suddenly opened his eyes. He felt a slight tremor coming from the ground. He muttered to himself, "Is it an earthquake?" Chuolong felt even more shaken. His momentum could not help but weaken. His determination to kill Li Qingshan here and now had already wavered. He subconsciously flew a little higher, away from the ground. After transforming into a venomous dragon, his best method of attack was actually to sneak up on his enemy without making a sound and bite at his enemy's vitals. Then, he would inject his poison. However, Qian Rongji had seen through his ultimate move right from the start. He wanted to crush Li Qingshan head-on, but he realized that Li Qingshan was no longer the same as before. For a moment, he was hesitating whether he should continue fighting, head for Black Cloud City, or simply return to the demon domain. It tastes great. Li Qingshan licked his lips. From now on, the living soil of the Nine Heavens was no longer an external object. Instead, it was a part of his ox demon great strength. With this, he was not far from reaching the 7th tier of the ox demon. It was a pity that he did not have enough living soil of the Nine Heavens. Otherwise, he might have reached the 9th tier of the ox demon in one go. At that time, even Li Liahua would not be able to withstand a light punch from him, much less a mere Chuolong. After the tremors subsided, there were no longer any mountains within a 50-kilometer radius. A desert had formed between the mountains. Li Qingshan stood in the desert and looked at the venomous dragon in the sky. He reached out and grabbed at the air. "Come down." Chapter 1491. Under the starry sky, a bull and a huge dragon wrestled in the air. Li Qingshan glared with his bull eyes, his nostrils puffing out white gas as he said in a muffled voice, "Come fight me, bastard." Xilong's body expanded to its limit. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws, spitting out thick miasma that condensed into a poisonous cloud around his body. He desperately climbed up the cloud, but he was still pulled down inch by inch. Li Qingshan exclaimed in surprise. His iron hooves were also pulled up inch by inch. He immediately recalled an extremely abstruse law from his previous life: the effects of force are mutual. After transforming into a dragon, Chuolong's physique was already abnormally strong, and after his rebirth in the demon domain, it became even stronger. Even though Li Qingshan's earth force field was powerful, it was still inferior to his own strength. If the situation continued like this, they would not come into close contact in the air. Li Qingshan was able to wrestle with the Hui dragon because the strength of the earth played a great role in an invisible manner. Once his feet left the ground, he would weaken drastically. He definitely would not be able to restrain the Hui dragon. However, he was not fighting alone. The bell rang, like a cold gossamer, piercing through the night sky. Chuolong's heart shook. Little N's figure suddenly rushed out of the rainbow miasma and appeared right above the dragon's head. The Buddha-slaying sword slashed down without a trace of smoke or fire. The danger of death instantly filled his mind. Xian Rongji murmured, "Die." "Never." Without the slightest hesitation, the Hui Long rushed towards Li Qingshan. Under the effects of the force field of the earth, he arrived before Li Qingshan in a single moment. Suddenly, he turned into a human, and a twisting and changing streak of light was reflected in his ox eyes. Li Qingshan seemed to have expected this. He twisted his bull head, his curved horn stabbing at Chuolong like a sharp knife. It looked clumsy, but it gave off a mysterious feeling of being untraceable. All his strength was concentrated on the tip of his horn. Bull demon butts horns. Li Qingshan also called this move, "I butts your lungs." Chuolong's pupils shrank. After Li Qingshan transformed into the ox demon, his reactions had always been sluggish. He did not expect that he could still make such a counterattack at such a crucial moment. Goosebumps rose all over his body, and the sense of danger grew stronger. Little An's sword. It was silent, but it was still approaching. If he were to face this sword head-on, it would be difficult for him to block it. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, he became one with his sword. The sword light suddenly made a turn and brushed past the bull's horn, creating a string of sparks. Without hesitation, it fled into the distance. Li Qingshan thought it was a pity. If it were not for the fact that his feet had basically left the ground, he was a little weak, but this one move would be enough to knock the Chua dragon half to death. He immediately raised his hand to encircle the sword light, wanting to activate his earthen field. However, the sword light was constantly changing, making it very difficult to lock onto it. Even though he could expand the range of his earthen field and lock onto his target vaguely, he would definitely not have enough power to do so. Moreover, now that the sword was flying horizontally, it was not as good as just now pulling it downwards, and the power was much weaker. In just a breath's time, the Chud dragon would be far away. After some thought, he put down his hand. After all, it was a demon emperor. He could put up a fight, but it was really difficult to kill. Little and landed on his head. Li Qingshan touched the bull's horn. Fortunately, my horn is also hard enough. Little and curled his lips. Perverted. Hey, I'm talking about Brother Ox. What does a child like you know? Li Qingshan walked unhurriedly in the direction the sword light had fled. Boom, boom, boom. With heavy steps, he stepped onto a mountain peak. In front of him was not Black Cloud City, but the demon's domain. Little and said, "Be careful. I won't make a move for now. Since you're unwilling, then you'll have to pay the price." Li Qingshan chuckled. If the Chud dragon ran toward Black Cloud City, then there was nothing he could do. But he went to the demon's domain. That was another challenge. In these few exchanges, Li Qingshan seemed to have the upper hand, but in reality, he was unable to do anything to the Chud dragon. On the contrary, if he couldn't withstand the Chud dragon's attacks, he might not be able to escape the Chud dragon's pursuit. The Chud dragon naturally wasn't willing to give up and wanted to fight again. If he won, he would be able to personally take revenge and sweep away the obstacles to returning to the myriad phenomenon sect. If he lost, he would still be able to escape at any time, which was tantamount to being in an invincible position. However, how could everything be as simple as he had imagined? Little and floated away and disappeared again. Li Qingshan's body gradually became smaller. His back was slightly arched, and his footsteps became lighter and lighter. However, the evil aura around him became stronger and stronger. His eyes were as red as fire, as if he viewed all living beings as prey. They were filled with a soul-stirring magic. A white beard sprouted from the side of his mouth. As he smiled viciously, his front teeth had already turned into sharp fangs. Black patterns spread out, forming the character King on his forehead. In an instant, he transformed from an ox demon into a tiger demon. He had a tiger's head and a tiger's brain. Glaring like a tiger, he pulled out a large saber. Whoa! He raised his head and let out a long howl, shaking the mountains. The wind-divine wings on his back didn't dissipate. They suddenly spread out to the extreme, and he soared into the sky, whistling. With a bang, he broke through the white air barrier and pounced towards the Chud dragon with monstrous killing intent. In terms of long-term flight, the phoenix was naturally more relaxed and graceful. However, in terms of instantaneous eruption, the tiger demon had the absolute advantage. There was only a thin line between life and death. It was a competition of who was fiercer and faster. The phrase, like a tiger with wings, wasn't just for show. The Chud dragon stopped at the border between the human realm and the demon realm. This was the place where the laws of heaven and earth were the strictest. He also felt his power being greatly suppressed. This kind of suppression didn't just affect one's physique or magic power. Even poisons would be weakened. All extraordinary powers would be fundamentally weakened, and mortals would be the least affected. Relatively speaking, an unknown injury might be fatal here. Therefore, if the two armies fought at the border, cultivators would also be abnormally cautious. Most human sovereigns and demon sovereigns had fallen in this area. However, compared to the human realm, he had a huge advantage here because he was the demon realm's child of destiny. At the same time, it was difficult for that bitch to cause trouble. If Li Qingshan was also rejected by the demon realm's laws, it would be even better. He suddenly turned around and met a pair of tiger eyes. His heart couldn't help but tremble. The tiger demon eyes was one of the tiger demon's divine abilities. Legend had it that the tiger's eyes had the power to hypnotize its prey and make them unable to move. The tiger demon indeed had this kind of power. It could turn those easily distorted ghosts into ghosts and servants. After transforming into the tiger demon, each of Li Qingshan's eyes had this kind of power. If he encountered a weak-willed opponent in a fight, he might not even be able to use 30% of his strength. Even those with strong wills would definitely be affected. Their momentum would weaken, and they would be suppressed by the monstrous killing intent. A moment of carelessness would cause them to die in the tiger's mouth. Li Qingshan descended from the sky and rushed into the border. His wind divine wings immediately retracted, and his speed slowed down. His eyes also seemed to become less terrifying. The Chua dragon relaxed. He smiled coldly and held the sword hilt. Tiger Demon's Fury. Li Qingshan grinned and suddenly stomped on the ground. The wind divine wings on his back suddenly stretched, and the wind howled. He actually accelerated at an incredible speed, breaking through the laws of heaven and earth's restraints and pounced in front of the Chua dragon. His eyes were intimidating as he shouted, "Tiger!" The world shook as killing intent erupted. The saber slashed down. Chapter 1492. Without any nonsense or probing, Li Qingshan's first move was a killing move. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, with a glare, a roar, and a pounce, it fused the 4 divine abilities into one. At the critical moment, Chua Long's expression changed. His gaze was like that of a dragon's, and his hand that was holding the sword suddenly steadied. He swung it, leaving a series of afterimages. Clang! The swords and sabers clashed. Chua Long forcefully withstood the strike, his body toppling backwards. The ground beneath his feet cracked and collapsed in all directions. The sharp lights intersected, and a ball of dancing sparks illuminated the 2 sinister faces. Killing intent, rage, and hatred, all of them clashed madly in that tiny space. He stared at Dragon Eye with his tiger eyes and pressed the edge of the blade down fiercely. A stream of blood flowed down from Si Longto's head. The fierce wind from the blade slashed at his body from all directions, producing a series of sharp metallic sounds. The dragon's scales on his body were like heavy armor, firmly resisting the blades. At the moment when the momentum of the blade was exhausted, he was like a spring that was pressed to the limit, using all his strength to deflect the blade. The edge of the blade passed in front of Li Qingshan's eyes, leaving the space in front of him wide open. Bang! Li Qingshan was sent flying backwards. A 7-colored palm print was deeply imprinted on his chest, accompanied by a sharp pain. Chua Long's hair was disheveled. He leaned on his sword and panted heavily. Blood flowed from his forehead to the corner of his mouth. He felt a lingering fear. Just now, if he took half a step back, he would be finished. All right. Li Qingshan grabbed the flesh on his chest and tore it off. Hot blood spilled onto the frozen ground. His fighting spirit boiled like fire as he strode toward the turtle dragon. "You've already lost." Chua Long's voice was low as the corners of his mouth curled into a cruel smile. Li Qingshan grinned, but did not make a sound. In the silence, there was only the sound of the wind and the saber. Chua Long sneered and charged forward with his sword. The group of stars watched coldly. They were like ordinary soldiers, approaching the other party step by step. 10 steps. The wind howled, the killing intent surged, and the faint roars of tigers and dragons could be heard. Li Qingshan did not make a move, and neither did Chua Long. 5 steps. Fierce winds howled, killing intent blazed, and the roars of tigers and dragons were like the low sound of war drums. Li Qingshan did not make a move, and neither did Chua Long. 3 steps. The wind was torn apart, and the murderous aura was shattered. Tiger roars and dragon roars surged and overlapped as they charged into the sky. Rays of light exploded. It swept in all directions, drowning everything in the saber light and sword aura. Slash, slash, slash. Humans are like tigers. The saber was like the wind, wantonly brandishing. To his heart's content, it was as if he was drinking strong wine, disregarding life and death. Little and, who was hiding at the side, had a worried look on his face. Chua Long's swordsmanship was superb. His sword's twists and turns were unpredictable, like the transformation of a dragon or snake. While parrying the energy saber, then it weaved through Li Qingshan's body from inconceivable angles, leaving bloody marks on his body. He also had a set of dragon-scale heavy armor, which was good for both offense and defense. Li Qingshan only attacked and did not defend, which was why he was able to gain the upper hand. However, the injuries he received were getting more and more severe, and he was practically fighting while bathed in blood. Little and gripped the Buddha slaying sword tightly. If this goes on, he will, in the tiger demon transformation, no other divine abilities could be used, including the phoenix's nirvana. Once he died in battle, he would truly die. Boom! Smoke and dust rose into the sky. Figures separated and passed by each other. One of them fell to the ground. Chuolong stood proudly, a few more saber marks on his body, and his dragon scales were shattered. He looked back and sneered cruelly. Li Qingshan half knelt with his saber, his body bathed in blood. If he was smart, he should have retracted the tiger demon transformation now. At least he would have a few more lives. However, he did not do so. He spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed. Satisfying. If he killed his courageous heart because of the phoenix's nirvana, he might as well not have it. If he retreated because he was afraid of death, he might as well die. Unknowingly, the wind stopped. Chuolong adjusted his aura, turned around, and stared at his back. He was clearly very weak, but he was deeply fearful. Without any hesitation, he dashed forward and slashed down with his sword. Little and bit his lip and closed his eyes. Get up! The wind rose. Li Qingshan grabbed the blade without looking back. Fresh blood flowed down the blade. Chuolong's expression changed. His extremely weak aura actually rose again. How is this possible? The wind rose. In an instant, it became a storm, shattering the pillars of smoke, flying sand and stones, and darkening the world. Wind god wings lightly spread out. With each flap, the storm became even more violent. Li Qingshan was the heart of the storm. Chuolong's expression became stern, and he used all his strength to activate the blade. Die! The sword light slashed across, but it missed. Li Qingshan's figure disappeared, leaving only the wild flower saber stabbed into the ground. Did he escape? Chuolong's uneasiness became stronger and stronger. The blade trembled, rising from the ground and shooting into the sky, landing in a large hand. Chuolong suddenly raised his head, and his gaze pierced through the sandstorm. Li Qingshan was hovering above his head, looking down at him with a pair of red eyes. The wind god wings behind him merged with the storm. Li Qingshan nodded slightly at Little and, thanking her for her trust and support. She didn't help him when he was in danger. He understood how difficult it was for her. He silently listened to the sound of the wind. This is the 6th level of the tiger demon. The wild flower saber soul that had been silent for a long time suddenly spoke. Kid, your saber skills are still too young. You actually made me lose to a broken sword. Listen to my roar. Li Qingshan smiled and waved the wild flower saber, stirring up the storm. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a wind god, descending from the sky with the power of heaven and earth. Chuolong's expression was solemn as he slowly waved the abandoned immortal sword. Rays of sharp sword light condensed and didn't dissipate. 3,000 moves of the heaven and earth hidden sword technique formed a sword formation to resist the wind god of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth hidden sword, 3,000 formation. 100 flowers. The last flower saber danced in the storm. The dazzling saber light was like 100 flowers blooming. With the hilt as the branch, the saber as the calyx, and the wind as the petals, it bloomed brilliantly. The sword formation was broken. The 3,000 sword lights were all drowned in the wind flowers. However, Chuolong was unharmed. He sneered. Just SOSO. Li Qingshan slowly spat out 2 words, but it caused his expression to change drastically. 1,000 flowers. With the last flower saber in hand, this steel flower bloomed to its heart's content once again. The ground was shaved off layer by layer, leaving only Chuolong in the center. He desperately waved his sword to defend with a crazed expression. Clang! The abandoned immortal sword flew out of his hand. Its surface was covered with fine saber marks. The dragon scales on his body shattered and scattered, blown away by the wind flowers. Chuolong's face was filled with shock as if he was trapped in a nightmare. However, he heard another word. 1,000 flowers. In an instant, his aura collapsed. A cloud of blood mist burst out of his body. He turned into a 7-colored escape light and fled toward the demon domain. He didn't hesitate to use his essence blood and vital chi to execute the escape art. His speed was as fast as lightning. However, the flowers bloomed and withered, layer by layer, as if they were endless. The escape light was shaved off layer by layer, and he was forced back to his human form. A shadow covered him. Li Qingshan blocked his path. His expression was ferocious and furious, but his scarlet eyes were abnormally clear, reflecting his distorted face. That gaze made him feel fear. He trembled and couldn't move. The 10,000 flowers fell, and the saber lights were all restrained. Only the last flower saber was left in the world. The saber stabbed into his chest, and the saber didn't even reach the hilt. The saber came out from his back, and the aftermath tore the ground apart. It turned into 1,000 miles of wind, leaving behind a deep ravine. Chapter 1493. Chuolong was on his last breath, as he muttered to himself, "Why?" Many questions lingered in his mind. He had expected failure, but not death. Their strengths were clearly on par, and he might even be stronger. But why did Li Qingshan's cultivation suddenly increase? Why did he show mercy in that last strike? Li Qingshan chuckled, and his laughter tore at his injuries, causing them to erupt into a bloody mist. Every wound was bleeding profusely. His body swayed, and he fell backward on his back. Caught by little, and he looked even more pitiful than Chuolong. This was his answer. After breaking through to the 6th level of the Tiger Demon, not only had his cultivation increased, all his abilities had also increased. However, the Tiger Demon was not a living being, and there was no spontaneous nirvana. Raising one's cultivation was not like leveling up in a game. With a swoosh, he was back to full health. Fury of the Tiger Demon had always been about blood for blood, life for life. Injuring 10,000 enemies, injuring 8,000 oneself. This was the result of him suppressing his injuries and raising his combat strength at all costs. Behind that aura of a wind god was a broken body on the verge of collapse. Especially that last move, myriad flowers. His organs had been ruptured, and his blood vessels had been shattered. He had relied on his tiger bones to hold on, and they were covered in cracks. In a battle of life and death, how could he show mercy? That last strike should not have had any repercussions and should have exploded within Chuolong's body, tearing him apart. In the end, he could not hold on any longer and could only do so. Chuolong immediately understood, and a strong sense of regret gnawed at his bones. If I had not escaped. Li Qingshan lay weakly in little Anne's embrace, his tiger stripes receding, and his scarlet eyes turning black. He laughed. There is no if you would have escaped. Why? Chuolong stood there without moving, as though he was holding on to his last bit of pride. Because your anger and hatred are fake. Li Qingshan's voice was hoarse. His life was slipping away, and if he could not return to his normal state and activate spontaneous nirvana, he would still die. Little and bit the tip of his finger, and the blood condensed into a red bean. It contained the purest life energy. When it entered his mouth, his complexion immediately improved. What did you say? Chuolong glared at him with a ferocious expression. Time passes, all that I give to you will perish. Do you understand this feeling? The tiger stripes on Li Qingshan's body faded away, and he finally returned to his human form. In a split second, his tiger bones shattered. His blood began to burn, turning into scarlet flames. Under the boundless starry sky, on the boundless plains, a ball of wildfire burned. Chuolong's expression kept changing in the firelight. He said in a low voice, "Time is mournful, everything that touches you will die. Time is mournful, everything that touches you will die." With a cry, Li Qingshan was reborn in the flames. Still feeling weak, he tried to clench his hands. He thought to himself, is it because we're at the border area? Even nirvana would be suppressed. If it reaches the 9 heavens, the impact will be even greater. Even if we have a few lives, it might not be enough. Chuolong quickly understood the meaning of this sentence. He said coldly, "Those are the words of an ordinary man." Li Qingshan smiled. When an ordinary man is angry, blood will splash 5 steps away. You, the high and mighty emperor of Great Xia, have probably long forgotten what it means to risk your life. Why should I risk my life? I don't need to. Chuolong closed his eyes and recalled the past, when he swept through the world with an eagle and a wolf, and finally unified the 9 provinces. He relied on the techniques from the mortal realm, his powerful cultivation, and the corresponding knowledge and strategies. He was always in an invincible position, and he never needed to risk his life against anyone. Everything was under control. So, your anger and hatred are all fake. To you, the most important thing is always to protect yourself. When the emperor was angry, blood would flow for thousands of miles, and it would be the blood of others. Chuolong was in an invincible position, and so was Li Qingshan. He just personally cut off the path of retreat, choosing to sink the cauldron to decide life and death. In this battle, Chuolong did not lose in strength, nor in strategy, but in determination. Of course, it was normal for Chuolong to be like this. For ordinary cultivators, the most important thing was to protect themselves. Not to mention a human emperor like him, who had reached the peak of the mortal realm, already had an extremely long life, and enjoyed all the prosperity of the mortal realm. The son of a rich family would not sit under a roof, let alone fight with his life on the line. I see. This is the end of me, Chuolong. Hee. Ha ha. Cough, cough. Chuolong laughed bitterly, and his body shook violently. He seemed to be somewhat relieved, but also seemed to be unwilling. Little and stood with his sword. If he wanted to self-destruct his demon heart, he would kill him with a sword. However, he did not do so. He laughed like a madman, mixed with the shrill laughter of a woman. At the border of the mortal realm and the demon realm, he finally completely sank into the demon realm and fell into madness. Little and did not attack, and he tilted his head. It's you? The laughter gradually subsided, and it turned into a woman's voice. The crystal on Chuolong's forehead sank into his head, and he turned into a woman's face, which was 70% to 80% similar to Qian Rongji, but with a bit more coldness. His body shook continuously, and he twisted violently, turning into the figure of a woman. Billowing demonic aura surged over, and his badly mutilated skin recovered. He was as pale as paper and as enchanting as a snake. She, the child of destiny of the demon realm, seemed to be getting more and more favored. Yes, it's me. Li Qingshan frowned. You swallowed Chuolong? It was completely conceivable that she was parasitic in Chuolong's body, like a malignant tumor, constantly mutating and multiplying and finally swallowing Chuolong's collapsed will. Qian Rongji smiled. Chuolong has long ceased to exist. He was just an obsession, but he refused to admit it. Or rather, I am Chuolong, this was not possession. As a child of destiny favored by heaven's will, under the chaotic and evil will of the demon realm, their divine souls had already fused long ago. Their memories and thoughts were interlinked, and it was more like 2 split personalities fighting with each other. If Chuolong won, he could eliminate the personality named Qian Rongji and pretend that he had succeeded in possession, or even that nothing had happened. However, it was impossible for him to win. Although the laws of heaven and earth were invisible, they were everywhere. The so-called Qian Rongji was already the representative of the demon realm's will, and no thoughts of betrayal could be allowed. Chuolong understood this, and that was why he desperately escaped from the demon realm, but he just happened to run into Li Qingshan at this time. Since he could not escape his fate, it was probably the work of heaven's will. Li Qingshan unsheathed his dying flower blade and sneered. In that case, it would be best for me to kill you. He loathed Qian Rongji even more than Chuolong, and he even had the thought of killing her as soon as possible. If she was the one leading the battle just now, then it was very likely that they would die together, and he would have to think of a way to retreat instead of fighting a madman with his life on the line. There was a saying, the soft fear the hard fear the unreasonable fear the reckless, and the reckless fear the shameless. This woman did not care about her life, and was truly difficult to deal with. However, Qian Rongji said, the Black Sun demon heart is in your hands. Chapter 1494. She looked at herself with a subtle expression, not caring about Li Qingshan's threat at all. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and looked at her graceful figure without any hesitation, but he pondered in his heart, what is the Black Sun Demon Heart? Could it be? We've known each other for so many years. Qian Rongji smiled, I've never harmed you. That's why you're still alive. That little plot of mine can't be put on the table. If not for you, and Qian Rongji smiled at little, and I wouldn't be where I am today. Li Qingshan's appearance turned the 9 prefectures upside down, and the entire world was finished. Only then would she be able to seize the opportunity to rise. Otherwise, no matter how cunning she was, it would be useless. When the Chuolong descended and became the master of the world, nothing could be hidden from him, and she would be dead. Little and nodded slightly. Li Qingshan crossed his arms and said playfully, so, you're planning to repay kindness. Qian Rongji walked forward seductively and tapped Li Qingshan's chest. If not for me, you might not have been able to defeat the Chuolong. Be it in the 9 prefectures or just now. Whoosh! Li Qingshan slashed down, and she retracted her hand. She said gently, so, we don't owe each other anything. She pretended to cheer. A new world. A new life. Why don't we start over again? Start over? Li Qingshan frowned. He didn't like the way she said it. Just like in the 9 prefectures. We conspired a lot back then, and it was such a nostalgic time. There must be a deep fate between us. Qian Rongji's expression was exaggerated, and there was a hint of the Chuolong's pretentiousness. Her expression, temperament, and way of thinking seemed to have broken through the inherent limitations, and there was a calmness as if she had the mandate of heaven. She was no longer a venomous snake lurking in the darkness. Instead, it was a python that could swallow clouds and spit out mist, transforming into a soaring serpent that could peacefully entrench itself. Li Qingshan's frown deepened. Don't misunderstand, I'm not talking about that kind of fate. You're not suitable for me, I already have a little dragon. Qian Rongji crossed her arms like 2 white snakes. She tightened her grip inch by inch, her fingers intertwining with each other behind her, a sweet look on her face. Li Qingshan felt goosebumps all over his body. Was this a form of narcissism? He must be crazy to think that she had become normal. He looked at Little and wanted to say, why don't we just kill her? Hey Little and, why do you look so relieved? Cough. What is the Black Sun Demon Heart? A legend of the infernal domain. Qian Rongji spoke tirelessly about what she had seen and heard in the infernal domain. Li Qingshan was shocked. So the incident at Cold Blood Pass was really my fault. He had always thought that Chao Tenjia was courting death, but he had tricked her in the end. The commotion must have attracted the 12 demon emperors to attack Black Cloud City. So, it's in your hands. Qian Rongji licked her lips greedily. Li Qingshan pondered for a moment. I want to go to Qingqi Mountain. Understood. Qian Rongji waved her hand. The abandoned immortal sword bounced up from the ground and flew into her hand. It flew into her hand. How can I contact you? Little and flicked out a skull prayer bead. She held it in her hand, and fine scales grew on her pale skin. They were colorful and constantly changing. Her figure gradually blurred and disappeared. Let's go. Li Qingshan stretched and walked towards the human realm. He was very satisfied with the result of this battle. First, he had broken through to the 6th layer of the tiger demon, and his combat power had increased greatly. Second, he had gotten rid of the hidden danger of the Hui dragon. He no longer had to worry about being attacked by Gao Tianjiao. Finally, he understood the legend of the Black Sun Demon Heart. It was better not to take it out in the future. If Qian Rongji could find out where Qingqi Mountain was, it would be even better. But unfortunately, a scouting mission clearly did not deserve such a reward. She should also know that, unless she could directly help him defeat Qiongqi, he was not worried that she would bite back. After hearing the legend of the Black Sun Demon Heart, there were not many people who could resist the temptation of reaching the heavens in a single step. His opponent was a demon god after all. If the situation was unfavorable, devouring the Black Sun Demon Heart would be his last choice. But now, he had to break through to the 6th layer of the phoenix and the 6th layer of the spirit turtle first, and then undergo the 5th heavenly tribulation. By then, even human immortals and evil gods would not be able to do anything to him. The red sun and the black sun rose together. Qianrongji watched as their figures disappeared into the horizon. She turned around and walked towards the demon domain. The pain, humiliation, chaos, and distortion of the past were all buried deep in her heart. A demon heart was crystal clear. At some point in time, all the venomous snakes had disappeared. She no longer had to endure the hellish pain. As she completely fused with the Hui dragon, she completely possessed the cultivation of a demon emperor. The illustrations of Naraka were completed as well. She turned into a real, bitter snake of hell, crawling towards her destiny. Li Qingshan returned to the mountains and prepared to break through to the 6th layer of the phoenix. He rarely used the phoenix transformation. He felt that apart from his vitality becoming extremely vigorous, there did not seem to be any benefits. Oh right, there was another benefit. His entire face would glow and his attractiveness would skyrocket. He would naturally have a noble and reserved bearing. In other words, he would be very cool. However, if he fought the Hui dragon like that, he would only be beaten up like a sandbag. It would not look good. The lack of power was mostly because the Phoenix transformation's magical ability was too simple. There was only Phoenix's Nirvana, and Phoenix's Nirvana. Of course, this was the rebirth godly technique, but it was also a little useless. If the enemy was not strong, then what was the use of rebirth? If the enemy was too strong, then what was the use of rebirth? No matter how you rebirth, your balls would still be destroyed in the end. The lifespan of the Phoenix was definitely the longest among all the Fiend God transformations. This was the dream of all living beings. However, it was the most useless to him. Besides, the Spirit Turtle's lifespan was not short either. If I use the Ox Demon transformation and the Tiger Demon transformation, my magical ability will become extremely powerful. However, what's the use of the Phoenix's Nirvana? Will I be able to rebirth faster? Little and suddenly said, Qingshan, why don't you try using the Phoenix's Nirvana? Using it? Li Qingshan pondered for a moment. He had never thought about it before. He had always been fighting and killing, so how could he waste it like this? However, he already had a certain level of self-protection now. Even a demon emperor could not do anything to him. Would an evil god come knocking on his door? A true phoenix will not be killed before it can undergo nirvana. That makes sense. Li Qingshan shrugged his shoulders. Then I will try. However, I need to make some preparations first. He patrolled the mountains and finally found a volcano that had been dead for an unknown period of time. He descended from the sky and punched it. The crater of the volcano suddenly split open. Black smoke soared into the sky, and lava and fire erupted violently. He flapped his wings of wind and blew away the smoke. With a phoenix cry, he turned into a phoenix and dove into the fire. Phoenix's Nirvana. Chapter 1495. When Li Qingshan started a new round of cultivation, Qianrongji took a detour and looked at Longxue Pass from afar. The sky was filled with the dark clouds of war. Even from over 100 kilometers away, they could smell the stench of demonic beasts and hear the roars of demon folk. She had considered doing him a favor by killing a few devil emperors and accumulating enough honor to exchange for the Black Sun Devil Heart. She had fused with all of Chualong's memories and guessed that he needed to raise his status in the Myriad Nature sect. Killing enemies on the battlefield was the fastest way. However, after completely swallowing the Hui dragon, he dispelled that thought. It wasn't because he was worried that there would be evil gods or even demon gods watching from the shadows. It was because she didn't have the ability to control the Black Sun Demon Heart at all. Obtaining it rashly would only result in death. Legends could come true because of the legendary person, and not just by obtaining a legendary item. Even if a beggar were to wear a dragon robe, he would not become a king. He would only be hacked into pieces. The 12 demon gods clearly understood this point. Otherwise, if obtaining the Black Sun Demon Heart would allow one to become a demon god king, they would have rushed over without a care and swept through the entire region hundreds of times instead of just sending an army to attack the city. Up until now, she'd already firmly believed that Li Qingshan was that legendary person. This time, he seemed to have changed a lot compared to the past, but he also seemed to have not changed at all, which made her feel afraid. Yes, fear. This was not because of the Chua dragon's residual emotional influence, nor was it because of the threat of death. It was an instinct. She had feared him since many years ago. Even when she was at her craziest, she didn't dare to bare her fangs at him. However, at that time, she was drowning in pain and couldn't fully understand the source of this fear. She could only vaguely feel it. When she finally broke through the shackles and could examine his existence from the perspective of the emperor of the Xia dynasty, from the perspective of the human emperor of the Tao of the human realm, and from the perspective of the child of destiny of the demonic domain, she understood that the devil heart of the Black Sun must have descended for him. Not because of power. Not to mention the demon gods and evil gods, even among the demon emperors, there were many that were stronger than him. It was because he was indeed a monster and the chaos and destruction he could cause. He was far more evil than the so-called villains and stood at the forefront of evil. Although he himself may not have realized this, perhaps he still thought that he was unparalleled chivalrous and convinced people with virtue. But when he destroyed the world and exterminated all living beings, however, he would never show mercy, even if he was not evil. Fearing such a monster was not a shameful thing. The common mistake of those who lost to him was that they mistook him for an ordinary person like them. What a joke. One was merciful, compassionate, and cruel. One didn't seek immortality and didn't care about the great Tao. The other despised demons and didn't believe in gods and Buddhas. This was clearly a great evil that was chaotic to the extreme. Even the 12 demon gods had to concede defeat. If the infernal realm was a crazy and evil mother, then what she needed was not a son of destiny, but a husband who could stand above her. Even if he was destined to reject her, despise her, and disdain the power she gave him, she would still embrace him without a care and give him the Black Sun demon heart. Not many people would believe such a conclusion. The reason why she could understand was not only because they had known each other for many years, but also because of Little Anne's existence. Even if she was jealous and unwilling, she had to admit that what Little Anne needed could only be given by that monster. Only he could easily tolerate her evil and give her all good, and further give her meaning and carry out her evil. Because he was more evil, it was only natural that Little Anne became his follower. And although she had always been disliked by him and didn't become his follower, she was only attracted to Little Anne. But in reality, she had always been in sync with him. Now she was helping him to deal with a demon god. This was probably not a coincidence, but a compatibility of paths. This was a more solid alliance than any oath of eternal love, a fate more profound than any infatuation and regret. It was called fellow Taoist. So she also guessed that Li Qingshan definitely didn't accept the Black Sun demon heart. Because if he accepted it easily, then he wasn't the person the infernal realm was looking for. This was where the will of the demon domain was chaotic and twisted. Those who wanted it could not obtain it, and those who obtained it did not want it. Those who resisted would be tortured to death, and those who prostrated would be assimilated. If the demon folk who thirsted for power were bold enough to take over the Black Sun demon heart, they would either be tortured to death or assimilated into a part of the demon domain, losing their own will. They might not even succeed, as that would be defying the heavens. As a result, her true objective was not to obtain the Black Sun demon heart at all. That was not something she could devour. Probably even the 12 demon gods could not devour it. Instead, she wanted to find a way to carry out the will of the demon domain and make him devour the Black Sun demon heart, so that the legend of the demon god king could be realized. However, she still could not become his enemy and plot against him, just in case she was the first one he targeted after he succeeded. She wanted to be a loyal guide, a kind matchmaker who would guide him along the right path and facilitate this marriage. It would be much more troublesome than directly dealing with demon god Qiongqi. However, the demon domain would help her. As she understood everything and made up her mind, the demon heart immediately shone with a resplendent light. She immediately felt like she had made up her mind. Her status as a child of destiny had risen a step further, almost reaching the level of an evil god. This was a reward for her obedience to the will of the heavens, as well as proof for her speculations. Fortunately, she had not been blinded by greed, or she probably would not even know how she died if she blindly sought the Black Sun demon heart. She smiled. I'm still too kind after all. However, the greatest reward wasn't this, but a burning world. I hope you like it. Hee 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 hee. Flames surged out from the ground, dyeing the gloomy sky mottled orange-red as if it was burning. A magnificent phoenix rested in the flames. His heart pounded. This was the first time Li Qingshan had used the phoenix's nerva while in the phoenix transformation. An unprecedented feeling surged like magma. His blood flowed endlessly like a river of fire, cycling back and forth before returning to his heart. In the past, the nerva would always be reborn quickly so that he could deal a fatal blow to the enemy or deal with a fatal blow from the enemy. But this time, he observed the entire process calmly. The feathers slowly melted away in the flames. Only the phoenix's heart became even more resplendent. However, there was no anxiety in his heart at all. Instead, it was light and satisfied. All of his pain and troubles had been cleansed by the flames. This was an emotion completely different from the ape demon's joy. Instead, it was filled with compassion. Compassion for all living beings could not understand this feeling. If everyone could understand this feeling, even if it was just for a moment, they would be able to transcend all their troubles. It was like he had comprehended the phoenix's noble heart for the first time. It was not like the spirit turtle separation from all fate and untainted by karma. The qilin was a beast of utmost benevolence, but its benevolence was towards all living beings. Plants were living beings too, and demon folk were living beings too. There was no such thing as good or evil. It followed the way of nature, viewing life and death as breathing. It instead lacked such compassion. As long as the living beings of the world could continue living, nothing else mattered. Universal love was heartless. Only the eternal phoenix could understand the suffering of living beings. It seemed aloof, but it was actually sentimental. This is probably the so-called compassion. It was the same Li Qingshan, but the Yangon abbot and Qian Rongji saw completely different things. One wanted to send him to the Western Paradise, while the other wanted to tempt him into devouring the demon heart of the Black Sun and becoming the master of the demon domain. Chapter 1496. The spirit turtle was like a hermit. It would rather be born with its tail trailing behind it, free and unfettered from the world. The qilin was a benevolent being who wished for all living beings to live and multiply without end. In short, one was afraid of death while the other was greedy for life. Phoenixes, on the other hand, were saints with noble and pure temperament. They would not perch unless it was a Chinese parasol tree. They would not eat unless it was a refined practice, and they would not drink unless it was a precious spring. Bearing the 5 characters of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, faith, he was born to stand on the moral high ground. However, it was also because of this that he was tainted with the deepest karma. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. If one acts above the masses will surely disagree. The weak are easy to break, the bright are easy to stain. The song, Spring in the Sun, was a song where the number of harmonies would be few. It was difficult to live up to his great reputation. Therefore, this immortal divine bird could not live forever. Because he understood the pain of life, he did not covet it. Because he had undergone nirvana countless times, he was not afraid of death. Rather than dragging out an ignoble existence, it was better to burn oneself. This spirit of sacrifice was unique to phoenixes. Li Qingshan leisurely recited, "Phoenix she, how can virtue decline?" He stretched out his wings and began to dance. It danced into a whirlpool of flames, and the whirlpool absorbed the raging earth fire. It caused the magma to cool down and solidify into grayish-black rocks, turning it into a dormant volcano, leaving only a ball of spinning flames at the crater. Shaun casually sat down on a piece of volcanic rock that was as red as fire. Her right hand rested on her raised knee as she held a string of shiny white prayer beads. She crossed her left leg before her and stared at the ball of fire in thought. The original meaning of nirvana was Buddhism's parinirvana. It was full of merits and virtues, and it was called solitude. He did not know what it had to do with phoenixes. The path of white bone and great beauty used the samadhi flames of white bone to extinguish all living beings. It was also rather similar to a phoenix's nirvana. However, it could not be reborn, so the living beings would probably not be too happy about it. The white-bone bodhisattva regarded this as another powerful proof of the ignorance and lowliness of the mortals, but she could understand this feeling. It was because she wouldn't be happy if Green Mountain couldn't be reborn from nirvana. A clear and resounding phoenix cry resounded out, clear and crisp like silk being torn apart. A gorgeous and dazzling phoenix was reborn in the flames. A body full of phoenix blood. It became pure. The phoenix transformation broke through to the 6th stage, and his cultivation rose explosively once more. He was now infinitely close to the 5th heavenly tribulation. Li Qingshan was pleasantly surprised. So, Phoenix Nirvana could be used like this. In other words, as long as he had enough time, he would be able to undergo nirvanic rebirth in the flames every time he recovered his ability. That way, he would be able to improve his Phoenix Nirvana Sutra to the 9th level. However, the downside was that there was no way to revive after being killed. What he lacked now was time. As for how to use it, he needed to think about it carefully. Let's go to the next place. They also found a lake among the mountains. Although it was not very big, it was enough. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath. He planned on breaking through to the 6th layer of the spirit turtle transformation here before undergoing the 5th heavenly tribulation. Time flew by in the inheritance hall of the Wan Xiang sect. The alarm bell rang. Only a few of them were in seclusion. True disciples who were on missions and were not in the vicinity of the myriad phenomenon sect were also summoned. All other true disciples were summoned. Wan Yaozu was no exception. She looked at Dai Mengfan strangely. The other true disciples were the same. The heavy atmosphere in the air made it so that no one dared to speak. Dai Mengfan coughed. Junior brother Ge, why don't you say it? The quartermaster Ge Xing strode up to the stage. Brothers and sisters, let's cut to the chase. The demon realm is preparing to launch a large-scale attack on Black Cloud City. Senior brother Li Liehua has issued an emergency call for all true disciples to participate in the war. The military situation is urgent. We are about to go to Black Cloud City to discuss how to defend against the enemy. The inheritance hall was in an uproar. Everyone's expression changed. Only Lu Tian was still smiling, but he also furrowed his brows. In history, every time the demon realm launched a large-scale attack, there would be mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and there would definitely be true disciples who died. This wasn't a gamble, but a chess game. There was no winner taking all. If the other side was willing to sacrifice the demon emperor, then you would have to use the human emperor as a pawn. At most, you would have a small advantage. Dai Mengfan asked with a frown, Junior brother Ge. Junior sister Wan is in charge of the 100 Herb Garden. Is she also on the list? That's right, one counts. You don't have to look at me like that. I'll go to battle after arranging the supplies. Damn it, what's Li Liehua thinking? Don't tell me demon folk have already killed their way to the city. They haven't. Ge Xing hesitated. Wan Yaozhu could not help but ask, what about senior sister Chao? Dai Mengfan said, yeah. In a situation like this, don't we need 2 army commanders to issue a joint call for it to take effect? Ge Xing's expression changed. He hesitated again and again. Senior sister Chao is currently missing. Senior brother Li said she might have fallen into the demon realm or even become a demon emperor. As a result, he's already reset the Black Cloud Roar of Thunder formation to prevent her from infiltrating the city and destroying the formation. This information is top secret. Please don't. What? How dare he? Before he had even finished, the true disciples had already fallen into an uproar, drowning out his voice. In particular, the female cultivators immediately formed a grand scheme in their hearts. The situation became even more chaotic. Smack! Dai Mengfan slammed the table. Shut up! What's with all the ruckus? The direct disciple hall fell silent. Wan Yaju's gentle but firm voice rang out. Senior Sister Chao's life lamp is still present. I refuse to believe she's fallen into the Demon Emperor. If she really has fallen into the demon realm, we need to hurry to Black Cloud City and find a way to save her. Senior brother has summoned us in such a hurry probably because of this. Guxing sighed. If the first senior sister defected to the enemy, the consequences would be unthinkable. Dai Mengfan said, "You're right, junior sister. Let's go see Li Liahua right now and get to the bottom of this." At this moment, Li Liahua's heart was filled with anxiety. He paced around in the room. The vicinity of Cold Blood Pass had already become a forbidden zone. Even he dared not enter the demon realm again. However, just looking at it from afar, he still found it alarming. It was impossible to hide the mobilization of an army on such a large scale. It was no longer a competition of schemes and tricks, but strength and momentum. Once the demon gods made up their minds, they were extremely terrifying. Even he, who controlled the army and watched over the city, could not help but feel powerless before this momentum. He was especially worried that Chao Tianji would fall to the Demon Emperor. Even if he decisively rearranged the roaring black cloud thunder formation, making it impossible for her to sneak into the city. She still had all the diagrams of the roaring black cloud thunder formation and had the highest authority. There were too many ways to destroy the formation. That was why he was so anxious to summon all the direct disciples here for a meeting. It was to deal with a possible surprise attack. Their strength was about the same. If she was bent on destroying the formation, he would not be able to stop her. Adding Abbot Yangon to the mix would be pointless. Also, that black roar had to be controlled as soon as possible. Otherwise, one word from Chao Tianji would be enough for her to rebel immediately. Fortunately, Huohua was watching her, so there would not be any problems for the time being. "Liahua, they're all here." An abnormally tall and beautiful woman walked in. Her thick red hair was slightly curled. Her face was slightly long, and her nose bridge was high. She had an exotic charm. She was a head taller than Li Liahua. She hugged him tightly and whispered in his ear, "If the situation is not good, I'll bring you to the demonic beast path. Let's see who can stop me." Huohua. Li Liahua heaved a sigh of relief and smiled, "I won't die here." Chapter 1497. The war drums thundered. The gates of Cold Blood Pass opened, and the army marched out. The lingering dark clouds of war lunged towards Black Cloud City in the distance like a brandishing monster. Due to the existence of arcane treasures like Sumera rings, the army basically did not need supplies. Strangely, they brought several tens of thousands of cages, which were dragged to the front lines by demonic beasts. At the border between the demon domain and the human realm, the soldiers dragged out the prisoners one by one and buried them alive, only leaving their heads outside. There were men and women, young and old, among the prisoners. Some wept bitterly, some cursed aloud, and some remained silent. However, not a single person begged for mercy. There was no such thing as sympathy in the demon domain. The army marched and buried people alive. It was basically like planting trees, leaving behind a trail of sorrowful cries. The demon domain broke through the border. If one looked down from above, it would seem like a huge arrowhead, stabbing into Black Cloud City. These prisoners were the sinners of the demon domain. They were either framed, cowardly and incompetent, or just sacrifices of war. The most common crime was that they were good people. As the demon domain penetrated deeper into the human realm, just burying people alive was no longer enough. The shaman priests began to set up altars one by one, escorting the prisoners to the altars and executing them under the watchful eyes of the soldiers. Cries rose and fell, as if they were tearing the sky apart. The shaman priests were skilled. To make the prisoners experience the greatest pain without dying quickly, the torture would often last for several days and nights. It could only be completed with the assistance of a few apprentices. The most skilled shaman priests could use different instruments and techniques to make the prisoners produce different cries, giving the spectators an extreme spiritual experience. As a result, two major factions were formed, the experience faction and the performance faction. The experience faction believed that they should focus on the torture itself and give the sinners the greatest pain, instead of acting like clowns to entertain the stupid spectators. The performance faction believed that there was only one sinner, but there were hundreds or even thousands of spectators. Which was more important? It went without saying. The experience faction was just a group of sadomasochists without any sense of responsibility or purpose. Oh right, there was also the method faction, who invented new torture methods and instruments. Because they were too formal, they were not taken seriously. This was a scene that could drive people crazy. However, the demon folk watched with great interest, unable to take their eyes off it. Some of them even had an intoxicated look on their faces as they praised endlessly. Oh my, that was a wonderful cut. This fellow's voice was not bad. His screams rose and fell, sweet and resounding. Tisk tisk. Suddenly, a demon folk reported, "Sir Shaman Priest, I can't bear to look at Zhou Chu anymore. He still has a conscience after all." Great Witch Jew, I have no conscience. I have no conscience. I'm hungry just from watching. The witch priest glanced at him coldly and threw a burnt hand down the altar. Zhou Chu pounced on it and wolfed down the meat. The meat of good people is delicious. How do you say that the meat of good people is delicious? Do you think that the meat of us evil people tastes bad? No, that's not what I meant. This lowly one requests Lord Witch Priest to sacrifice this fake vile person to Motion. Sacrifice. 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 The demon folk growled as they pressed closer. There was a faint smile on his face that was twisted in a strange manner. Thus, another good guy, hidden among the villains, was discovered and eliminated, and the morale of the villains became even higher. With 100,000 good guys as sacrifices, the army rapidly advanced towards Black Cloud City. Although the territory they carved out was only temporary, as long as they reached Black Cloud City, the demon folk would be fighting on their own territory. They would have a huge geographical advantage, and they could avoid being ambushed by the enemy as they marched. This kind of tactic had stopped being a secret a long time ago. One of the consequences of years of war was that everything had become clear. All the strategies and tactics had been used thousands of times. There was not even a need to analyze them on the map. All the possibilities had already happened. The human realm had 100 ways to deal with these tactics, while the demon domain had 101 ways to counter them, which was why these tactics could continue to be used. And they were used. Due to the limitations of various practical conditions, the changes were often even smaller than a chess game. Once the war began, there would be no room for ingenious schemes, nor would there be any heroes who could easily turn the tide of the war. All that was left was a bloody meat grinder, and it all depended on which side could stuff more flesh and blood into it. Li Liehua understood all of this. The defense system of Black Cloud City was established on the two great armies, the Black Cloud Roar of Thunder Formation and the Inferno Xuanwu. The purpose of establishing an army was to better organize the flesh and blood and stuff it into this meat grinder. Now that Chao Tenji was gone, the Xuanwu army was basically crippled. This was not just because she was powerful. More importantly, the Xuanwu army had been established in her name, and it had established great prestige through countless battles. Only with prestige would there be morale, and only with morale would there be power. It could not be replaced by a random true disciple. The current situation was that if they could not stuff in the flesh and blood of mortals, they could only stuff in the flesh and blood of cultivators. Which cultivator would be willing to do that? If regular cultivators were unwilling, the true disciples could still suppress them. If the true disciples were unwilling, who could force them to sacrifice themselves? Not to mention that even he, the first senior brother, was unwilling. He even began to miss Chao Tianjiao a little. At this moment, the Blaze Hall arrived. The whispers in the fiery Blaze Hall gradually quietened down with the sound of his footsteps. All the true disciples bowed. "Senior brother, Li Liyue saw that they were either standing or sitting in groups of 3 or 5. Some were leaning against the wall with swords in their arms, and some were simply sitting at the long conference table. Only Guxing was sitting upright. He could not help but frown. "Sit down," he ordered. Everyone took their seats. Even the few female cultivators who had come to question Li Liyue were intimidated by his prestige. The true disciples who had never been to Black Cloud City felt that the atmosphere here was completely different from that of the Hall of Inheritance. The Demon Realm's army has probably set off. This time, they are determined to uproot Black Cloud City. The scale of the attack will be greater than any in history. If you want to defend Black Cloud City, please be prepared for half of your people to die here. What? Half of our people die? Senior brother, you must be joking. The true disciples all had different expressions. Some were shocked, some were in disbelief, and some were frowning in deep thought. They never expected Li Liyue to be so pessimistic. Lutian toyed with a pair of dice with a playful expression. This was a good chance to gamble on whether Black Cloud City could be defended or not. However, he did not want to bear the wrath of the first senior brother, so he added on behalf of Li Liyue in his mind. Even if half of our people die, we may not be able to defend Black Cloud City. But that is the most you can bear. Pai Yongqiu seemed to have seen through his thoughts. Lutian, this first senior brother, is still too young. This is already overestimating their determination. I think at most a third of our people will die. These years have been too peaceful. Only a few of the old guys who have been through the war are left. Chapter 1498. Dai Mengfan had once been eldest brother Lin Xian's disciple. They had been through a fierce battle and knew how powerful it was. She sat up straight and asked, "How many demon emperors are there?" "It should be 12. Because of the existence of the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous, this was practically the norm. As expected, Dai Mengfan's expression became even more unsightly. She had been the third senior sister for so many years. She didn't want to compete for the position of eldest senior brother or eldest senior sister because she didn't want to go to the battlefield again. A female cultivator with rosy cheeks and a graceful bearing played around with her slender fingers. She smiled. "There's more than 12 of us. There's also the Black Cloud Roar of Thunder Formation. How can those demon folk be our opponent?" There were more than 10 true inheritors gathered here. In addition to the mounts they brought with them, there were more than 30 existences who had undergone 5 heavenly tribulations, far surpassing the 12 demon monarchs. So other than Chu Tian, Dai Mengfan, and a few others who had experienced the great battle, the other direct disciples didn't agree with Li Liyue's words. They even felt that he was avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial, and didn't want to mention Chao Tianjiao. Dai Mengfan asked, "Where are the chosen ones?" "I don't know. The biggest possibility is that he is trapped in the demon domain. We must be prepared for this." Wan Yaozhu couldn't help but say, "Then we..." Dai Mengfan shook her head. "Yaozhu, don't say any more. If the prodigy is really trapped in the demon domain, I can only hope that she dies. If she became a demon emperor, that would be too terrifying." Wan Yaozhu lowered her head sadly. Dai Mengfan asked again, "Can we ask for help?" Li Liyue asked, "Who should I ask for help from?" Dai Mengfan was speechless and could only sigh. "Spirit Venerable Gui, I never left the heavens. Unless the myriad phenomenon sect was in danger, he would never take action." The 2 sect masters followed the grand sect master above the 9 heavens and had their own duties. The myriad phenomenon sect was not like a traditional sect, which was organized by a master-disciple relationship. Instead, it was governed by the true disciples. They cooperated and shared freely, and there were almost no restrictions. But correspondingly, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. When there was nothing to do, he would peacefully cultivate. When there was something to do, he would shirk his responsibilities. There was no such thing as such a good thing in the world. Furthermore, it was the responsibility of the myriad nature sect to defend this area. Which of the other sects would be willing to bleed and sacrifice for you? As for the desireless heavenly palace, there was even less of a need to think about it. If the demon domain mobilized the 12 demon emperors to attack the city, the other war zones would be left unguarded. They would only order the local sects to take advantage of this opportunity to recover their lost territory and not go on expeditions. He was being led by the nose by the demon domain. Dimengthen asked again, "What about Abandoned City? The prodigies are not here, and the Xuanwu army is useless. The situation is too disadvantageous." Li Liehua said, "You know that's impossible. Retreating without a fight will not be tolerated by military law." "Yeah, I know." Dimengthen smiled bitterly. This kind of desertion would definitely infuriate the selfless Heavenly Palace. If they ordered them to take back Black Cloud City, they would have to pay 10 times the price. The entire Myriad Nature sect would suffer great losses. Right now, they were going all out until both sides were heavily injured. They wanted to kill a few demon kings and force back the demon folk. The desireless Heavenly Palace would naturally bestow rewards in the form of resources to support the Wanxiang sect. As a result, new true disciples would emerge. There was no lack of geniuses. It was like this in the past. That was how she became the third senior sister. She probably would not be so lucky this time. She would not live to see this day come. It was not cowardice or ignorance. It was just that they had reached this point after so much difficulty. They were not willing to risk their lives anymore. The two of them chatted among themselves. The elegant female cultivator could not help but say, "Hey, what are you talking about? It's just 12 demon kings." Dimengthen smiled sadly. "Junior sister Curson, you'll find out very soon." Wan Jianfeng suddenly stood up and drew his sword. He said coldly, "Senior brother and senior sister, you've disappointed me far too much. You're boosting the morale of others and diminishing your own. If the demon folk want to take Black Cloud City, they'll have to ask the sword in my hand first." He practiced the heavenly tome of sword control. He was a sword cultivator, and he was most skilled at killing. He did not believe the 12 demon emperors and their rabble could be very powerful. Ha 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 ha. Letion slammed the table and rocked back and forth with laughter. "I can't help it anymore. Who wants to bet with me on whether Black Cloud City can be defended or not?" "Oh right, you can raise the odds and bet on how many of us will die." He immediately angered everyone. They all began to criticize him. Soon, it became a dispute among the true disciples, just like in the direct disciple hall. Pai Yongqiu shook his head. If Lin Xian was here, they would have reached an agreement long ago. Li Liehua was not the real first senior brother, after all. He was fine normally, but he could not control the situation in a moment of life and death. The battle was getting worse and worse. "Senior brother, I'm skilled in formations. Leave the roar of Black Cloud Thunder formation to me." "All right," Li Liehua said. "I still need someone to lead the Xuanwu army." The hall fell silent. No one answered. Even the true disciples who had never experienced a battle had basic knowledge. The army had to leave the city and fight the enemy, or even charge at the enemy's formation. Not only would they lose the protection of the roar of Black Cloud Thunder formation, but they would also be easily trapped by the 12 Citadel Demon formation of the ominous. Under the current circumstances, it was very easy for them to die. Letion sneered. Li Liehua's frown deepened. At this moment, Wan Yaozhu raised her hand with a wooden expression. Li Liehua ignored her. "That means there's no one." "Very good." Rumble. Thunder rumbled from the distant mountains. Spring thunder? However, there was no lightning when they looked up. How can regular thunder travel so far? Is someone undergoing a tribulation? This small interlude did not attract too much attention. The thunder grew louder and louder, and the entire Black Cloud City trembled. How many tribulations is this? 5 tribulations. Whoosh! The spirit turtle raised its head from the lake and looked at the tribulation clouds that were gathering rapidly in the sky. They rolled like a whirlpool and thunder rumbled. Li Qingshan broke through to the 6th layer of the spirit turtle very quickly. He did not encounter any bottlenecks at all. After so many years of accumulation, everything came naturally. As his cultivation skyrocketed, he immediately attracted the tribulation. The tribulation clouds grew thicker and the surroundings became pitch black. One could not even see their fingers in front of them. Only the flickering lightning suddenly illuminated the mountains. They were like silent giants looking down at the spirit turtle in the lake. Strangely, not a single bolt of lightning fell. The tribulation clouds layered over each other, almost pressing down on the mountains. At the center of the whirlpool, weapons condensed from tribulation lightning gradually took shape. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks, and tridents flickered with lightning, condensing without dispersing. They hung high above Li Qingshan's head. The scale of this tribulation was actually no smaller than Chao Tianjiao's 6 tribulations. At the same time, the 5 Yin demons became restless. Demonic thoughts, endless worries, and the 5 Yin demons blazed. It was just like Black Cloud City. Internally, the people were unconvinced, while externally, the army was pressuring them. Beset with difficulties both internally and externally, they were in danger. With a shake of his body, Li Qingshan turned into a demonic god and stood up in the great marsh, standing beside the mountains. He welcomed the sky full of tribulation clouds and spread his arms. Chapter 1499. Before he finished speaking, heaven and earth rumbled. At the center of the tribulation cloud vortex, the tribulation lightning condensed into weapons: sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks, and tridents. They didn't slash down randomly. Instead, they formed a formation and slowly descended. Lightning dragons roared, lightning snakes danced, and the 8 tribulation lightning weapons faintly interweaved into the shape of the 8 trigrams. Even Chao Tianjiao, who had undergone 6 heavenly tribulations, did not receive such treatment. Li Qingshan felt as if he had punched empty air. His heart tightened uncomfortably, and he suddenly felt as if a great disaster was about to befall him. Thunder was the wrath of heaven, and tribulation was the punishment of heaven. For ordinary cultivators, this was just a test, but he seemed to have committed a great crime. The heavens were furious, determined to turn him into ashes. Condemned by heaven, there is nothing to pray for. Amazing! If he didn't hurry and break this formation, when this thing covered his head, even 10 Phoenix Nirvana rebirth would be useless. What's more, I only have 1 chance left, and I'm still a pitiful bastard. Just as Li Qingshan was about to unleash his divine ability, the scene in front of him changed. The sky was pitch black and the mountains stretched as far as the eye could see. He had turned from a demonic god back to a young man, returning to the crouching ox village that had been destroyed by the flames of war. He was currently lying under the cowshed, with an oxen resting under the trough. He could not help but call out, "Brother Ox." Shao Chen cursed inwardly. The illusion became increasingly realistic. Even the feeling of the thorns of the hay stabbing into his body became clear. It was hard to tell what was real and what was fake. I lured Chao Tianjiao into an illusion and played with her. Now, the retribution has come too quickly. Little N saw the confusion in his eyes. It's the 5 Yin demons. If he cultivated the unfettered heavenly book, this wouldn't be a big problem. However, his Yin spirit was destroyed in the cold blood pass and his cultivation was crippled. He had no choice but to suffer this disaster. Demons were no less dangerous than tribulation lightning, let alone at this time. Little An's voice reverberated through the rolling thunder. Qingshan, the 5 Yin are form, perception, thought, action, and knowledge. Because of the various appearances, he suffered all kinds of pain and happiness, and gave birth to all kinds of thoughts. Then, his behavior became wild, his consciousness became muddled, and his heart was clouded. If you want to fight against the 5 Yin demons, you must first see through the charms and know that everything in front of you is an illusion. A peasant woman with a bucket-like waist yelled, "Li Er, get up and get to work." Li Qingshan chuckled. In that case, the one we've encountered today is a sex fiend. The peasant woman said angrily, "Li Er, what nonsense are you talking about?" Oxen raised his head and looked at him quietly. However, although all of this is an illusion, it isn't an illusion, Li Qingshan said without hesitation. Although he was facing a great calamity, he had an unprecedented calm attitude. Yes, everything they encountered along the way, including being trapped in the Clam King of Mirage Sea's dream, was not an illusion. The youth of the past no longer needed a saber to boost his courage. Oxen smiled and nodded, but the woman became angrier and angrier. She cursed even more harshly, and the illusion became more and more realistic. But it's annoying to be so noisy. Spirit Turtle suppresses the seas. Li Qingshan's heart was as calm as water. His eyes shone with a clear light that saw through all the illusions. He returned to his demon god body and returned to the remote mountains. Looking at the 8 descending tribulation lightning weapons, he smiled and said, "Isn't all of this a charms? But people will die if they're killed. You're just lying to yourself if you say you've seen through it." Shon pursed his lips into a smile and said no more. If you won't fight me, I'll fight you. Wind, come." Li Qingshan suddenly spread his wind god wings. They spanned hundreds of meters and slapped at the 8 tribulation lightning weapons. He seemed to want to sweep away the tribulation clouds in the sky and return him a bright world. Boom! The world shook. Lightning shone brightly, illuminating the sky and forming a pool of lightning. In the 8 trigrams, Zhen was thunder and Sun was wind. 32nd hexagram, wind constant. Wind and lightning surged. In order to prevent the heavenly tribulation from accumulating power, Li Qingshan initiated a great battle. Lightning poured down on him. The great lake under his feet evaporated in an instant, revealing the dry and cracked ground. His iron hooves dug deep into the ground and he stood firm. His strength rose from the ground and he punched the sky. Break! His fist broke through the vast expanse of lightning and smashed heavily into the void, causing ripples to spread outwards. After breaking the 8 trigrams formation formed by the 8 tribulation lightning weapons, the pressure of impending disaster was reduced. Even though his majestic demon god body was still drowned by the lightning and his whole body trembled and became numb, most of the lightning was drawn into the ground under his feet and did not cause any substantial damage. Normal tribulation lightning was not enough to kill him. The real threat was still the 8 tribulation lightning weapons. Before he could react, the numbness suddenly turned into a heart-wrenching pain. Every inch of his skin, blood vessels, and bones were there. The pain pierced through his soul. Even the torture of hell was nothing compared to it. He clenched his teeth and half-knelt on the ground. He had an illusion that he had been turned into ashes by the tribulation lightning. But in the next moment, the pain turned into joy. It was as if he had ascended into the clouds and passed through the tribulation clouds to reach the western pure land of ultimate bliss. Even if he died now, it did not matter. In the next moment, he fell into the abyss of hell. Pain and joy, sorrow and joy, constantly overlapped. He could not help but think of the painful and joyful things in his life. Whether it was climbing the ice-sword cliff arduously in the snowstorm or smashing through the ice-sword cliff freely. All of these things surged into his heart. He wanted to laugh out loud, but he also wanted to cry out loud. It was not an illusion, but even better than an illusion. Little and said, "If I can't see through the charms, I'll have to suffer the various joys and sorrows. Good. If I don't have these experiences, what's the point of living?" The spirit turtle could not suppress these feelings, nor did it want to. Li Qingshan dismissed his thoughts and thought back to his experience of the phoenix's nerva not long ago. As long as his body was not destroyed, his heart would not die. He would naturally bear all the joys and sorrows. If he was unlucky, he would rather be burned to ashes. How could he treat escape as wisdom, blaming the heavens and others like a coward and praying to the gods? Heaven and earth darkened. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks, tridents, the 8 weapons of tribulation lightning all stabbed deep into his body. If he had not used the ox demon forges its hide in time at the last moment, he would have been chopped into pieces. No matter how he guided the lightning into the ground, his body was still torn apart inch by inch, but not a single drop of blood flowed out. His entire body had been vaporized by the lightning. Within the blazing flashes of lightning, his tiger bones were vaguely visible, all of them broken. He did not move at all, enduring everything silently. He pulled out the weapons condensed from tribulation lightning one by one, broke them, crushed them, and then stood up to fight again. Little and said, "Qingshan." His wounds had not healed, leaving behind horrifying holes. His flesh, blood, and bones were nowhere to be seen. He was already heavily injured. However, for some reason, his standing figure seemed even more majestic, as if he wanted to become one with the earth. Through the depths of the swirling clouds, he stared at the distant sky. The heavens seemed to be infuriated by his gaze. Rumble! There was a deep, furious roar, and the shattered lightning condensed again in the blink of an eye, only leaving behind a huge lightning sword. Li Qingshan was unfazed. The miniature world in his body revolved slowly, using the divine transformation to deter the demonic thoughts internally and the devil transformation to resist the heavenly punishment externally. He used the various transformations calmly, as if everything was under his control. Indelible, unshakable. The 9 transformations of the demonic and divine only remained unchanged. Chapter 1500. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew over from the distant mountains, filling the blaze hall and ruffling the clothes of the true disciples. It eased the heavy atmosphere. This gust of wind is so strange. Who is it? That direction. It might be a disciple of the Flying Star Valley. The true disciples discussed. All the generals were in Black Cloud City now, so it was impossible for them to undergo the tribulation so far away. The formal disciples of the sect were not recruited for this battle. They were all seeds of the future true disciples. They would not be of much help to the battle, so there was no need for them to sacrifice themselves. It was possible to say that even if all the true disciples here were dead, they could still produce a few true disciples with the vast amount of resources left over. Did they succeed? How many heavenly tribulations did they undergo? I don't think even 5 heavenly tribulations caused such a great disturbance. Stop joking. Do you think they'll undergo the tribulation of a human immortal in the wilderness or on the edge of a battlefield? If that's the case, then they'll undergo the tribulation of a human emperor in the wilderness or on the edge of a battlefield. That might be a demon folk. A demon folk has come to the human realm to undergo a tribulation? Is there something wrong with his head? They discussed randomly, but they were actually unable to guess the identity of the person undergoing the tribulation. However, a great battle was imminent, so no one would calculate it seriously. They were just using it as a pretext to relax. Wan Yaozhu suddenly thought of someone. Senior brother Li, where's junior brother Qingshan? Junior sister Wan, what time is it now? Lin Kerson was very impatient. She was truly a little frightened. She no longer behaved as casually as she did at the beginning. If it was just Li Liahua saying that, it could be described as an alarmist, but even old people, like Dai Mengfan and Lu Tian, were alarmist. The situation might really be very bad. At a time like this, who would still care about a formal disciple, no matter how much of a genius he was? What was the point now? However, Li Liahua answered the question very seriously. I received news from the Blackford sky-gazing roar that his Een spirit left his body to investigate Cold Blood Pass with junior sister Chao. His whereabouts are still unknown. Reaching there, he frowned and sank into his thoughts. Suddenly, he said, "No, that's impossible. How long has it been since he passed the 4th heavenly tribulation?" The direct disciples looked at each other in disbelief. Could it be that Li Liahua was worried that the one going through the tribulation was Li Qingshan? Wan Jianfeng was even more certain that he was under too much pressure and was delirious. Wan Yaozhu bit her lips and lowered her head in silence. However, there was an inexplicable sense of self-confidence. He must still be alive, he must be. This strange gust of wind came and went quickly, and the topic returned to the war. Very quickly, they fell into a state of anxiety. Lu Tian smiled and said, "We can't waste any more time. Senior brother, please give the order quickly." He glanced at Wan Jianfeng and said, "There are some things that can't be explained." Li Liahua nodded in understanding. Wan Jianfeng flicked his sword and said, "That's right. I'm still alive?" Li Qingshan returned to his human form and lay quietly among the mountains as he spoke with a smile. The wind blew away the tribulation clouds. The clear blue sky was almost transparent. This heavenly tribulation was too fierce, and the 5 demons were even more difficult to deal with. When the thinking demon appeared, his mind was filled with distracting thoughts, and the various transformations immediately showed signs of splitting. Fortunately, the small world had been completely stabilized, so it did not fall apart. And the walking demon made him lose control of his body, and he could not control his actions. He was almost beheaded by the tribulation lightning, and there was still a big mouth on his neck that kept vomiting blood. The last consciousness demon was the most terrifying, and it directly distorted his consciousness. It made him doubt everything that he had persevered in. Brother Bull, what 9 heavens, are they really that important? I might as well live a carefree life. If he really wavered, even if he succeeded in passing the tribulation, his mind would change greatly, and he would no longer be the original Li Qingshan. He might very well enter the demonic domain immediately, and choose to swallow the Black Sun demon heart to obtain even greater power. The result would probably be as Qian Rongji predicted. He would not be recognized by the demonic domain, and finally suffer the backlash of power and die a horrible death. If the legendary person could not become a legend, his fate would probably be worse than immortals. Li Qingshan did not know any of this, but he understood that the choice of path had always been the most important, as well as the most terrifying. Once he made the wrong choice, even if he had a moment of success, he could not avoid a miserable fate in the end. Just think about it. Did many cultivators lose their right to become a human immortal the moment they successfully underwent the tribulation and became human emperors? Only when their lifespans ran out and they died would they truly regret their choice in the past. That was why it was said, Bodhisattvas fear karma, while all living beings fear karma. Fortunately, after experiencing the test of lust and desire earlier, his will had become even more resolute, allowing him to make it through this dangerous journey. After subduing the 5 demons, he was heavily injured and on the verge of death. He immediately counterattacked, using the ape demon's abilities to destroy the huge sword. Afterwards, he kicked up a great wind and dispersed the tribulation clouds. Little and nodded with a smile. Yeah, you're still alive. He touched his forehead. Do you want to rest? Li Qingshan shook his head with a smile. No need. The demon folk are about to reach Black Cloud City. I don't think Li Liahua will be able to stop them. The earth rumbled and shook, and hot magma gushed out from the cracked ground. The battle had destroyed the earth's crust. Without Li Qingshan's suppression, it immediately erupted. Among the mountains, a volcano rose up slowly. Li Qingshan lay on the crater of the volcano and smiled. Perfect timing. He converted the last of his strength into the phoenix transformation before unleashing the final, Phoenix's Nerva. The phoenix danced and spun in the flames, finally turning into a phoenix egg. Before long, there was a crack and a crack appeared. The infant Li Qingshan lay in the egg quietly. Little and used the 3 burial robes as a cloth, wrapping him up layer by layer and holding him gently in her arms. Oi, is there a need to do this? Li Qingshan was both exasperated and amused. It was not like he was a real infant, yet all he could produce was a series of squeaks. His limbs were powerless, unable to resist at all. All he could do was grab a strand of her hair. Little Anne's eyes narrowed as she smiled. She kissed him on the cheek and rocked him gently. She actually began to sing a lullaby. Li Qingshan did his best to glare at her, but he discovered helplessly that he actually began to feel sleepy. Little Anne pinched his cheeks and smiled. Go to sleep, go to sleep. I'll take care of you. All right, all right. You win. Li Qingshan closed his eyes helplessly and sank into a deep dream very soon. The pale white flames in Little Anne's eyes flickered, illuminating many scenes from 500 kilometers away. The demon domain's army stretched for several hundred kilometers, crawling across the ground. The vanguard had already ventured deep into the mortal realm, while the rear had yet to emerge from Cold Blood Pass. Even without any sacrifices, just the aura they naturally gave off was enough to change the borders of 2 regions. Recently, when Li Qingshan was still practicing the spirit turtle transformation in the Great Marsh, he discovered the demon domain's army with the profound light illuminates all. However, he had to focus on cultivation, so he could not observe at all times. As a result, he could only stop using the ability. Fortunately, Little and was present. She scattered all the skull prayer beads, turning them into skeleton demons that monitored the advance of the demon domain from afar. They had all become very miniature, no larger than a prayer bead. They did not give off any aura at all, making them extremely suitable as scouts. A skeleton demon raised its head in the wild grass. All it saw was a streak of light shooting over. Wan Jianfeng rode on his sword, overlooking the advancing demon folk army. They can't even look out for each other like this. Aren't they just at my mercy? Li Liehua is far too cowardly. There's no need for him to clash with the Demon King at all. With just me and my sword, I can kill as many as they come. The demon folk will never be able to push their territory to Black Cloud City. I've rendered a great service. Don't tell me that the position of first senior brother can be taken by Li Liehua and Chao Tianjiao, but I, Wan Jianfeng, can't take it? He swung his sword suddenly, and a streak of light 300 meters long whistled towards the demon folk army on the ground. However, something that left Wan Jianfeng dumbfounded happened. The streak of light flew through the air and suddenly shrank. In the blink of an eye, it shrank again. Little and saw this and knew that this direct disciple had probably never been to the battlefield of the demon domain before. The demon folk were not venturing in alone. Instead, they were expanding the demon domain as they marched. In other words, there was still a border beyond the route the army took. The laws of the mortal realm and the demon domain intersected, so all techniques would be greatly suppressed. However, after passing through this region, they would essentially enter the demon domain. The techniques of human cultivators would be weakened by the laws of the demon domain once more. That was not all. Although the formation of the demon folk army basically could not be regarded as a military formation, they still possessed a faint military aura. If they had not been weakened twice before, they would not have been able to stop the streak of light at all. It was different now. He swung the streak of light again without holding back at all. In the end, it was less than 30 meters long, landing in the middle of the army and killing many demon folk. However, compared to the entire army of the demon domain, it was nothing. The shaman priests immediately packed away their weapons and armor before carefully chopping up the corpses, directly scattering them along the route. Very soon, they were trampled into bloody mud and dust, becoming a small interlude in this bloody march. They used the flesh and blood of demon folk to solidify their territory. After this strike, not a single person in the demon folk army responded. Since the 12 demon kings had not done anything or said anything, the other demon emperors and demon kings did not want to be targeted by a powerful sword cultivator on the battlefield either. There was even less of a reason for the other demon folk to stand out. No matter how restricted they were by the laws of the world, it would still be very easy for Wan Jianfeng to kill them. No one wanted to be trampled into bloody mud and dust. As a result, the army did not stop at all. Like a colossal monster, they did not even realize they had been bitten by a bug on the side of the road. Wan Jianfeng had never encountered something so good in his life. No matter how he killed, the enemy actually did not fight back. They did not even make a sound. However, his hand that gripped his sword trembled gently. If he continued killing like this, just when would he be able to kill off all the demon folk? If the demon folk army pushed to Black Cloud City and cast down the 12 Citadel demon formation of the ominous, how would he deal with them? If he hid in the city and used techniques, he would only be able to kill the weakest demon folk. He might not even be able to kill demon kings. The powerful human emperor and fearless sword cultivator was shocked by the cruelty and absurdity of this war. He could not help but ask himself, can we really defend Black Cloud City with only half of us dead? Chapter 1501. Li Qingshan suddenly opened his eyes from his sleep. His clear, scarlet pupils reflected the gloomy sky. He blinked and gradually recovered his jet-black color. He asked with a young, muffled voice, "Where are we?" Little and pinched his cheek. "Near Black Cloud City." Li Qingshan widened his eyes and swung his fist. "I'm going to get angry." Little and let go. "Miser." Li Qingshan then asked, "How's the situation?" "Take a look for yourself." little and lifted him high into the air, and Li Qingshan immediately saw the endless encampments in the distance. The mountains and plains stretched as far as the eye could see. There were camps of demon folk everywhere. The sky was densely packed with red clouds. It was impossible to tell whether they were natural clouds or condensed from rising demon qi. They almost touched the black clouds that enveloped the sky above Black Cloud City all year round. The demon folk had clearly already pushed their territory below Black Cloud City, forming a boundary that was difficult to see with the naked eye but also clearly recognizable. Any technique that entered this region would shrink drastically. As a result, both sides used even more primitive weapons to attack and defend, such as ballistae, bows and arrows, catapults, battering rams, and so on. The heavy stench of blood and the surging battle cries had already become much weaker as the wind blew over. From such a great distance, there was a strange feeling. The densely packed demon folk crawled towards Black Cloud City like ants, collapsing wave after wave under the rain of arrows and pillars of boiling oil. They were clearly doomed, but they could only advance, not retreat. Very soon, their flesh and blood turned into pools of mud. This was the most intense siege battle, and it was also the most miserable battle between ants. There were people dying in battle at every moment, yet no one cared. Even they themselves had bloodshot eyes, howling themselves hoarse as they sank into a type of inconceivable fanaticism. It was basically rather absurd. Li Qingshan shook his head. He already understood. The demon domain is offering up sacrifices. With each demon folk that died, the demonic clouds in the sky would grow thicker. Although Black Cloud City was built on a high mountain, which prevented the demon realm from expanding further, it was clear that they were making some kind of preparation. Compared to the battle in front of them that was in full swing, the demon domain's main camp in the rear showed a huge contrast of silence, faintly confronting the towering Black Cloud City. They were like two giant beasts that had met on a narrow path. Right now, they were just roaring and probing each other. The real battle was about to break out. Li Qingshan suddenly became spirited. He struggled out of the swaddling clothes and stood up shakily on all fours. He stood on the peak of the mountain naked and laughed out loud. Haha, it's my turn now. You're still young. Little and picked him up again and gently flicked his little penis with his fingers. He'll grow up very quickly. Li Qingshan's face flushed red with anger. When did this little girl become so vile? This time, he had taken the initiative to use the Phoenix's nirvana. This kind of childish state naturally wouldn't last too long, and he would grow up very quickly. Boom! A huge boulder swept through the air in an arc, smashing into Black Cloud City heavily. The Black Cloud Roar of Thunder formation had already been activated, but in order to conserve energy and prepare for a true attack, they did not deal with the boulders. There were direct disciples specifically responsible for intercepting them, but they only protected a few important nodes, as several dozen boulders smashed in every moment. The surrounding mountains had already become much shorter, so they had to conserve energy too. A house collapsed, sending debris flying everywhere. However, no one was injured. The entire army in the city had been mobilized a long time ago, entering the tunnels and bunkers in the center of the mountain. Up until now, tens of thousands of demon folk had died in battle, while only a few dozen humans had died. They were all unlucky weaklings who seemed to possess an absolute advantage. However, the morale of the entire army was extremely low. As long as any regular soldier glanced down the mountain, they would discover that the demon folk had already flattened the surrounding mountains and erected stone pillars. The 12 tallest totem pillars almost reached into the low-hanging demonic clouds. Rumors spread through the army, saying that the direct disciples were already prepared to abandon Black Cloud City. Regular soldiers had nowhere to retreat to. Even lower-ranking officers might not necessarily have the right to use the teleportation formation. When the city fell, the million-strong army would all be destroyed. The feeling of waiting for death had always been the most unbearable, and they would die in such a useless manner. The Blaze Hall. Li Liahua sat at the end of the long table. He crossed his arms and propped up his chin. Who will command the Xuanwu army? If the 12 demon kings assembled the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous together with the terrifying military formation of several million soldiers, Black Cloud City would definitely fall. Everyone present understood this. They had to use this opportunity to leave the city and fight in the open, destroying the enemy's formation. It would be best if they could kill 1 or 2 demon kings. The demon domain might not necessarily be able to summon more demon kings to assist them, and the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous would collapse on its own. The direct disciples all looked at Wan Jianfeng. His battle prowess was only second to Li Lehua here, and he had even made up his mind to fight a while ago. Wan Jianfeng fell silent for a while. I'm a swordsman, not a general. He was not someone who feared death. Even if he faced a handful of demon kings, he would be bold enough to fight to the death, but he refused to die pointlessly like the lowliest demon folk. Wan Yaozhu raised her hand silently again, but she was ignored by everyone again. Her expression was wooden, and she refused to put her hand down, which made everyone rather awkward. Dai Mengfin said helplessly, "You blockhead, I'm willing to leave the city and fight with senior brother." I don't want to throw my life away with you. But there are so many people down there. Won't they all be slaughtered? That's not necessarily true. If we retreat when the city falls, they'll resent us. It's possible for them to surrender to the demon domain and become demofolk. In order to avoid that, Li Lehua stopped talking and closed his eyes. All the direct disciples felt a chill. If an army of 1,000,000 surrendered to the enemy, just how terrible would the consequences be? The desireless heavenly palace would definitely be furious, and these soldiers were all elites carefully selected from the human realm. Their quality far surpassed regular demon folk. Just how many demon generals, demon commanders, or even demon kings and demon emperors could be born among them? As a result, they all had to die in battle. Wan Yaowu paled. How can we? Li Lehua glanced past all the direct disciples. I'll ask you one last time. He stressed each word. Who's willing to lead the Xuanwu army? At this moment, a clear voice rang out from outside. Let me do it. Li Lehua flew into a rage. He stood up abruptly. Who dares to eavesdrop outside? Wan Jianfeng gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. The expressions of the direct disciples all changed, and they all stood up. This was the highest military conference. Even their mounts were forbidden from entering. If this matter made it out, the consequences would be unthinkable. The reputation of the entire myriad sect would be severely damaged. However, Wan Yaozhu found the voice to be extremely familiar. She blinked her eyes in disbelief. The door swung open and a young man strode in. He grinned. Chapter 1502. Qingshan. Wan Yaowu murmured. His appearance had become much younger, and he looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. Li Qingshan couldn't wait to fully recover and rushed back to Black Cloud City. He smiled at her. Senior apprentice sister Wan. Long time no see. Li Qingshan. This kid is Li Qingshan? Some had seen him before, while others hadn't, but they had all heard of his name. Li Lehua said in a low voice, You brat didn't die. Li Qingshan picked his ear and blew lightly. I won't die even if you die. Die for me. Li Lehua suddenly disappeared from his original position, and his suppressed fiery temper exploded, turning into a ball of fire and pouncing at Li Qingshan. The temperature rose rapidly, and the direct disciples couldn't help but circulate their mana to protect themselves, guessing that even if Li Qingshan didn't die, he would be heavily injured. Wan Yaozhu cried out, wanting to save him, but it was too late. With a bang, Li Qingshan blocked Li Lehua's fist with his palm and laughed. Big senior apprentice brother's temper is still so big. He was as still as a mountain, and the rolling flames couldn't move an inch forward. All the direct disciples were dumbfounded, wondering if they had seen wrongly. A small inner disciple actually took Li Lehua's violent fist head-on, and he was so calm, holding back his strength. Li Lehua suddenly raised his head, and his expression changed several times as he thought of something. It's you. Li Qingshan thought for a moment, and it was probably because of the commotion during the tribulation, so he calmly said, It's me. The raging blaze hall was dead silent, and even a pin drop could be heard. Many pairs of eyes looked at Li Qingshan as if they were looking at a monster. Even Lu Tian was dumbfounded. Oh my, I knew this kid was extraordinary, a genius. But I didn't expect him to be this talented. He only went through 4 tribulations for such a long time. Li Qingshan gently pushed aside Li Liahua's fist. All Li Liahua felt was a tremendous, unstoppable force. He became even more shocked. Even if he had undergone the 5th heavenly tribulation, he would not be able to withstand it. This level of cultivation was simply too terrifying. Glancing out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Li Qingshan's palm also had a scorch mark. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. When he came back to his senses, he found it even more ridiculous. Not long ago, his cultivation was still far higher than Li Qingshan's, but now he had to carefully confirm whether or not he could hurt him. Li Qingshan looked around and said in a clear voice, "I'll command the Xuanwu Legion to fight the enemy." Who agreed? Who objects? The true disciples looked at each other. No one answered. Wan Yaozhu hesitated for a moment before raising her hand. "I agree." Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Good senior sister." Dai Mengfan's eyes lit up. "I agree." Lu Tian sighed. "Sigh, he's really a dark horse among dark horses." Fortunately, he didn't open the bet. "All right then, count me in." Before long, almost half of the true disciples actually agreed. It was not because they were confident in Li Qingshan, but because they really had no other choice right now. Now that there was a glimmer of hope and they did not have to take the risk, why not? Li Liehua frowned and asked, "You really aren't a spy from the demon domain?" Li Qingshan smiled. "Is there something wrong with First Senior Brother's head? If I were a spy from the demon domain, the roar of thundercloud formation would have already been destroyed. Combined with the demon folk's large-scale attack, not a single one of you would be able to leave here alive." Of course, that's apart from Senior Sister Wan. Everyone's expressions changed when they heard that. A mighty true disciple actually seemed like a useless piece of trash in his eyes. Even Li Liehua was not so arrogant. Wan Yaowu reddened. "If you're a spy from the demon domain, I'll definitely hate you to death." Li Qingshan laughed aloud, even though he seemed like a teenager. Although he looked like a young man, he possessed a surging sense of heroism, purging away the gloominess and pessimism in the Blaze Hall. Li Liehua said nothing in thought. He no longer cared about Li Qingshan's verbal offense. What mattered right now was whether he was willing to go into battle with this kid. He would be entrusting his life to him. Strangely enough, he clearly hated him very much, but he felt a sense of confidence for some reason. He felt like this bastard kid was even more reliable than the true disciples behind him. He was not a wishy-washy person, so he immediately made up his mind. "Li Qingshan, I order you to temporarily represent the Xuanwu army. Go gather the army quickly. Tomorrow at the latest, we'll leave the city and fight the demon folk to the death." Li Qingshan glanced at Li Liehua and also rather admired his courage. Only by casting aside their past grievances could they work together as one. He clasped his fist. "Yes, sir." He turned around and left swiftly, leaving as quickly as he had come. The waves of heat in the air had yet to recede, and the redness on Wan Yaozhu's face had yet to disperse completely. Li Liehua turned around. He did not close the door, nor did he sit back down. "The battle tomorrow will require the cooperation of all junior brothers and sisters. Dai Mengfan, heed my orders." He passed down orders one after another. He was the greatest true disciple in the first place, and he shouldered the most dangerous responsibility. No one dared to defy him. After assigning tasks to all the true disciples, he added, "If anyone dares to shrink back in fear, don't blame the military for showing no mercy." However, when it really came down to it, apart from Wan Jianfeng, Wan Yaozhu, and a few other true disciples, the others might not be willing to fight to the death. The world was vast, but it was not as important as their own lives. At this moment, there was a great rumble, and the entire Black Cloud City shook. Even the boulders from the catapults couldn't compare to the sound of this. Hu Jigang hurried over in a panic. Army Commander, Li Qingshan, he destroyed the teleportation hall." "What?" There was an uproar in the hall. They hurried over to the window, only to see that the teleportation hall had already been reduced to ruins. A cloud of dust rose into the air. Who gave him the guts to do this? Could it be that he is a spy from the demon domain and wants to wipe us all out? We must quickly capture him and bring him to justice. The teleportation formation leading to the Wanxiang sect was the most important route of retreat. It ensured that no matter how bad the situation was, the true disciples and even the high-ranking officers could quickly return to the Wanxiang sect. The quartermaster Gushing lowered his head and smiled bitterly. Only he would dare to do this kind of thing. He is really fearless. Luckily, I did not offend him too much and gave him some face. Li Liehua smiled faintly and waved his hand. No need to say more, this is my order. Senior brother? Hu Jigang raised his head in surprise. Seeing the expression on Li Liehua's face, he suddenly understood. I am willing to live and die with senior brother. Li Liehua patted his shoulder. Good. Immediately go gather the officers. No, gather the entire army. The mountain was almost hollowed out and divided into different areas. Only the structural support and the connection of the earth veins were preserved. It was reinforced with thousand-year-old iron birch wood. It was more than enough to hide millions of soldiers. Dong, dong dong, dong 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 dong. The war drums thundered. The officers and soldiers of the Xuanwu army were summoned from the various caves. In the large drill ground that spanned thousands of zhang, people were squeezing against each other as they looked up at the high platform. There was a person with his back facing them, holding a drumstick with both hands, fiercely beating a large drum, shaking everyone's heart. Suddenly, the drumbeat stopped and reverberated endlessly. Chapter 1503. Thump, 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 thump. In the Pure Land Temple, the abbot Yangon struck the wooden fish hurriedly as he constantly chanted scriptures. He seemed to be praying for blessings, but also like he was releasing souls from purgatory. Suddenly, the sound of the wooden fish came to a halt. The monks were surprised. Abbot! The abbot raised his hand to stop the monks from questioning him. He listened intently. With a crackle, the flickering flames in the braziers cast Li Qingshan's figure onto the wall. He climbed all the way up to the high ceiling and looked down. The soldiers discussed among themselves. The cavern buzzed with activity. Everyone in Black Cloud City knew about this person. In the recent competition of the entire army, he was unrivaled among millions of soldiers, sweeping through all the generals. There was now another explanation for the crawling general. He liked to beat people up until they crawled all over the ground. The generals and colonels of the Xuanwu army all rushed over and stood at the very front. They looked at Li Qingshan with various expressions. The city is about to fall, Li Qingshan said sternly. The cavern immediately fell silent. Even though all the regular soldiers could vaguely sense this, none of them were bold enough to say it so directly. Spreading rumors and disrupting the morale of the army was a crime punishable by death. It was just 4 words, but they were deafening. The expressions of the generals and colonels all changed drastically. They understood the situation better than the soldiers, but all they could do was placate them normally. Otherwise, no one would be able to shoulder the responsibility if the army descended into chaos. Senior brother, please be careful with your words. A general tried to stop him from continuing. Shut up. Li Qingshan glanced past them and silenced them. Basically, all of them had been beaten up by him before. Li Qingshan pointed outwards and said sternly, "These walls and formations are completely useless. They can't stop the demon folk at all." This was everyone's fear. The cavern immediately fell into an uproar. Li Qingshan was unfazed. He continued, "Those lofty cultivators might be able to escape alive. They might even just crawl into the teleportation hall and hide back in the myriad phenomenon sect. What are you going to do?" The uproar grew more and more intense, igniting everyone's fury. It rumbled through the mountain like thunder. Someone cried out, "Is the general going to abandon us?" Someone begged, "General, save us." Others lowered their heads and asked themselves, "What should we do?" All doubts, fear, anger, hope. All of them pointed at Li Qingshan on the high platform. This kind of enormous pressure was enough to make an ordinary person have a mental breakdown, and even cultivators would be at a loss. Even the generals and academies below the stage were panicking, and the soldiers around them were looking at them suspiciously. Haha. However, Li Qing'an laughed, and he laughed very happily. It turned into a loud laughter that drowned out the muffled thunder-like commotion. He pointed below the stage and said resolutely, "I can't save all of you. All of you will die." Then he disappeared from the high platform. Everyone was enraged. The crowd surged forward, pushing back and forth. Someone shouted, "Rebel, rebel." Someone shouted, "Kill them all." But most of them were just roaring in despair. The clamor grew louder and louder, as if the entire Black Cloud City was about to be overturned. However, they were trapped in the belly of the mountain, with no way out. This was a world of cultivation where gods and Buddhas descended. Everyone understood one thing, and that was that they were just mortals. Perhaps their physiques were much stronger than the average person's, and they had more ways to train their qi, but compared to real cultivators, they were still like ants. If there were no cultivators to command them, just the roaring black cloud thunder formation above their heads would be enough to kill them all. It could turn all of them into ashes. Abbot Yangon heaved a long sigh. All living beings are suffering. Even though the generals possessed great strength, they still felt like a lone boat in this surging sea of people. They cried out in their hearts. Could it be that this fellow was here to mock them? However, what were they supposed to do? The demon folk outside had surrounded the city. Were they supposed to suppress them with brute force? But after suppressing them, would the Xuanwu army still exist? Boom! With a loud bang, the cave shook violently, and the rumbling sound reverberated continuously. Gravel fell from the dome. Everyone looked up in shock, thinking the cave was about to collapse. When they lowered their heads again, they discovered that Li Qingshan had returned to the platform. He announced, "I've already destroyed the teleportation hall." Everyone was stunned. Li Qingshan snickered and asked loudly, "Who do you think I am?" "Everyone will die. You will die, and I will die too. Even if there are gods and Buddhas, I don't believe they're truly indestructible. However, they shouldn't linger on like rats and die in a godforsaken place like this. That's not how a man should die." He smiled at the female generals. "It's not how a woman should die either. Oh right, I forgot to tell you. I'm already the commander of the Xuanwu army. I'll be leaving the city tomorrow to fight the demon folk to the death. As for that teleportation hall or whatnot, I want to fight to the death. Who dares to flee first?" He swept his gaze past the generals and colonels of the Xuanwu army. They were the backbone of the Xuanwu army, an important node where the morale of the army gathered. However, it was exactly because of their certain statuses that they probably still harbored the thought of returning to the myriad phenomenon sect through teleportation. If he could not cut off all means of retreat and sever this thought, how could he gather the morale of the army? How could the regular soldiers not resent him? If he did not do something, was he supposed to rely on words alone? As for whether he would offend those true disciples, he did not care. "General." In the surging sea of people, pairs of eyes suddenly lit up, twinkling like stars as they gathered on Li Qingshan. They were all fierce warriors that had been handpicked. Not a single one of them was afraid of death. What they were afraid of was dying sullenly, without hope, and even being discarded like chess pieces. Finally, there was someone who was willing to look them in the eye, to trust them, to fight alongside them, to live and die with them, to see a sliver of hope in the face of despair. The cheers went from low to high, growing louder and louder. "Li Qingshan! Li Qingshan! Li Qingshan!" The morale was like a rainbow, the unity was like an impregnable fortress. In a situation where there was no military formation, there was actually surging military qi gathering towards him, condensing into a giant. Although it was blurry, it shocked the generals. Even Chao Tenjiao did not have this kind of magical power. Li Qingshan had abandoned them to communicate with all the soldiers, and the soldiers had also abandoned them, offering their loyalty. Li Qingshan also felt his blood boiling. The giant condensed from military qi waved his hand towards the people below the stage. In an instant, the cheers thundered. In the Pure Land Temple, Abbot Yangon smiled slightly. Only those who had the equality of all living beings in their hearts could truly receive the support of all living beings. However, he frowned again. There was a sentence that made him extremely uneasy. Even the gods and Buddhas of the heavens, I do not believe that they are immortal. Even mortals, after having a certain status, would be greedy for life. Among the cultivators, who did not seek immortality, who did not want to be a god or Buddha. This kind of temperament, this kind of thinking, was really terrifying. Li Qingshan smiled slightly, looking at the ordinary faces below the stage. A thought became more and more profound. I am also just a mortal. I am neither a god nor a devil. If one day I forget this, I will no longer be me. Thinking of this, many of the bottlenecks in his heart were suddenly cleared, and he felt incomparably free. The Book of Freedom circulated. A new Yin spirit, no, Yang spirit, began to condense in the small world. He waved his hand. In tomorrow's battle, I will stand at the forefront. Those who are afraid of death, stay here. Those who are not afraid of death, fight with me. The generals lowered their heads and cupped their hands, loudly agreeing, we are willing to fight with the general to the death. The army shouted in unison, we are willing to fight with the general to the death. Chapter 1504. At the top of the city, the wind and clouds surged. The night was heavy. Nothing. Li Qingshan gazed out. All he saw was the mountains and plains outside the city. Beacons and beacons gathered together, illuminating the night sky. The demon folk seemed to sense something too. They gave up on their suicidal attacks on the city. The night was actually unprecedentedly peaceful. However, there was an invisible string that was stretched taut to the extreme. It was like two colossal beasts had crouched down and tightened their muscles, ready to fight to the death. The 5 commandants found Li Qingshan together and pleaded, General, please don't stand at the front in the battle tomorrow. Every single commandant was a Yin spirit cultivator or a formal disciple. They each commanded an army of 100,000 soldiers. They were the backbone of the Xuanwu army and were directly linked to the outcome of the battle. Li Qingshan turned around and asked, do I look like someone who goes back on his word? One of the commandants said, no, you're the commander of the Xuanwu army. You should command from the center. Li Qingshan shook his head and said calmly, I've never commanded an army of several 100,000 soldiers before, so I don't know how to do it. But speaking of which, there's no need for any complicated tactics tomorrow. We just need to push forward head-on. Your cooperation and command will be enough. General, you're the backbone of the army. Even if you retreat slightly, it'll be a great blow to morale. If what? I don't dare to say. The battle was so intense and they were deep in enemy territory. Even human emperors could not say they could protect themselves if they charged head-on. Meanwhile, Li Qingshan did not even have a mount. If he died at the front, the army would collapse immediately. Just the thought of it was enough to make people shiver. Li Qingshan nodded slightly. I understand what you mean. Don't stand at the front tomorrow. Just do what you need to do. The 5 commandants all let out sighs of relief, but they heard Li Qingshan continue, but I've already made up my mind. If I take half a step back tomorrow, I'll write the character Li backwards. General, there's no need to say anything else. This is a military order. Yes, sir. The 5 commandants all glanced at him deeply. They showed even more respect now. Originally, they blamed him slightly for destroying the teleportation hall and cutting off their path of retreat, but now, all they felt was admiration. They already knew. Li Qingshan had already undergone 5 heavenly tribulations, so it was only a matter of time before he became a true disciple. With his extraordinary talent, there was no need for him to come back and wade into these muddy waters, but he was determined to bet everything. The so-called hero. It was just SOSO. Good spirit. A noble young master walked out of the darkness. I have something to give you. You are. Li Qingshan had met him not long ago in the Fiery Blaze Hall and knew that he was one of the true disciples, but they did not have much interaction. Lu Boming, owner of the Spirit Treasures Tower. The bleak sound of the horn resounded through Black Cloud City. The long night passed. The sky was beginning to brighten. The soldiers put on their armor and picked up their weapons. The sound of metal colliding could be heard. The teams walked out of the belly of the mountain and began to assemble at the foot of the mountain. A ball of golden light attracted everyone's attention, as if the sun had risen. But because of the black cloud roaring thunder formation, Black Cloud City never saw the sun. Li Qingshan wore a suit of golden heavy armor and carried the last man's flower blade on his back as he stood on the towering city gate tower. Behind him were the flags of the 5 armies, fluttering in the wind. He was awe-inspiring, as if a god had descended. This heavy armor was a gift from Lu Boming, the owner of the Spirit Treasures Tower. He said it was an imitation of the armor worn by the giant spirit god above the 9th heaven. Therefore, it was named the Giant Spirit God Armor, to make up for the fact that he did not have a mount. Li Qingshan was tall to begin with. After wearing the Giant Spirit God Armor, he grew even taller. Even the huge last man's flower blade in his hand looked normal. The armor was engraved with complicated patterns. A lion belt was tied around his waist, and 2 ferocious tiger heads were engraved on his shoulder armor, covering his entire body. However, this giant spirit god armor was originally not golden. It was specially requested by Li Qingshan. Lu Boming was very reluctant and deeply doubted Li Qingshan's aesthetic standards. Li Qingshan said to him, "I have to do my best to attract the enemy's attention and let the soldiers see me moving forward." Lu Boming was filled with admiration when he heard that, which was why he plated him with a layer of gold. Afterwards, he went to the Grand Hall of the Pure Land Temple and asked the abbot to recite scriptures for an entire night to consecrate the armor, which was why it shone so brightly. It had to be said that the effects were excellent. A huge rock immediately rose into the air in the demon folk camp that had fallen silent for an entire night. It was the size of a house, and it had even been smelted with techniques. It burned fiercely like a meteor, whistling towards him with a long, fiery tail. Li Qingshan closed his eyes. He seemed to hear the sharp sound of a bowstring snapping. In the next moment, over 1,000 meteors rose into the sky at the same time, hurtling towards Black Cloud City. The army had gathered in the city right now. There were soldiers everywhere. If they smashed into the city and exploded, who knew how many people would die? "Be careful, Qingshan," Wan Yaowu cried out. "Senior Brother Pai, activate the formation." Wan Jianfeng drew his sword. "Seniors and juniors, let's stop them together." Clang! Amidst the clanging of armor, Li Qingshan raised his arm, telling everyone not to panic. He turned around, faced the sky full of meteors, and threw a punch. Boom! The meteors shattered loudly. Fragments and sparks filled the sky. Swish! 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 He struck every single meteor that came after him. Boom! Boom! The flying fire meteor burst into a sky full of fire, like a grand firework, illuminating the morning sky bright red. The eyes of the soldiers shone with admiration and hope. They gazed at his back under the flames and fireworks, silently waiting for his orders. The true disciples looked at each other in dismay, feeling that it was inconceivable. Destroying a fiery meteor was easy, and any one of them could do it. However, to make a stone fragment destroy all the fiery meteors, not only did it require extreme skill, but it also required overwhelming power. Dai Mengfan was dazed. She murmured, "First senior brother." Enveloped by his back, an unprecedented sense of confidence rose up in everyone's hearts. Li Qingshan said sternly, "Open the city gates." His voice was not loud, but it spread out rapidly. "The general has ordered us to open the city gates. Open the city gates. Open the city gates." In an instant, orders were issued one after another, echoing throughout Black Cloud City. "Ah! Ha!" Amidst the uniform chants, the bare-chested strongmen pushed the turntables with all their might. Their muscles bulged, and clouds of white gas came out of their mouths. Clatter! The iron chains were stretched straight, and the city gates were slowly opened one by one. Like a dam opening, the soldiers converged into a torrent of steel. Rumble! The clanging of armors was like thunder rolling on the earth. Li Qingshan stepped on the battlement, jumped, and landed below the city. Alone, with heavy footsteps, he walked toward the demonic clouds that filled the sky. Bang! 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 His lonely footsteps seemed to have a strange magic, and the surging torrent of steel behind him involuntarily followed his footsteps. Boom. Boom. Chapter 1505. The demon folk camp spanned hundreds of kilometers. All of it shook. At the center was a high mound. 11 totem pillars reached into the clouds. Only the last one was needed for the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous to be complete. Military formations depended on the hearts of people. The hearts of people were fickle. They were better at attacking than at defending. The Tao of array formations depended on the geographical location. Geography was stable. They were better at defending than attacking. In order to cast down this formation, the 12 demon emperors had mobilized an army of 1,000,000. They dug into the ground day and night, altering the terrain within a radius of 50 kilometers. Compared to this, the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous used to ambush Chao Tianjiao in Cold Blood Pass was as simple as it could get. Demon Emperor Ingja squinted at the golden-armored Li Qingshan who strode over. He asked, Tu Wanqing, who's the leader? I don't know. Tu Wanqing hesitated. He knew all the true disciples of the myriad sect by heart, but he was unable to match them. Ingja said firmly, this person can replace Chao Tianjiao in battle. He can't be a nameless person. There are courageous people among humans too. Then he smiled faintly. It's a pity that this person doesn't know about battle formations. He only knows how to show off, actually standing at the front of the army. Tu Wancheng, go and mobilize the troops to kill him. Black Cloud City has fallen. Yes, sir. Although Tu Wancheng refused to accept Ingja, he agreed with him. The commander had died in battle, so it was impossible for them to replace him. The Xuanwu army collapsed immediately. What followed was a massacre. On the battlefield, Li Qingshan did not take a single step back. He advanced alone and crossed the border very soon. Not only did the crisscrossing laws of the world suppress all power, but even the giant spirit armor he wore immediately became heavy. At this moment, the Xuanwu army had yet to leave the city completely. Once there were over 10,000 people, there would be a sea of them, let alone an army of 500,000. Even if they were packed tightly together, they could still form a line over 5 kilometers away. The commandants of the 5 armies were still reorganizing the army. The captains and brigade commanders constantly received and passed down orders. The squad leaders, sergeants, and sergeants did their best to cooperate, but it was inevitable that there would be some chaos. This was the most dangerous situation. The military formation had not yet taken shape, but the commander-in-chief had already entered deep into enemy territory. No matter how strong his aura was, he was only a human sovereign. Who? A gust of wind blew in his face. Li Qingshan raised his head slightly. Kill. Rumble. The earth trembled and the sounds of killing shook the heavens. The orderly pace of the Xuanwu army was disrupted. Li Qingshan looked ahead and saw smoke and dust rising in front of him. Countless heads were surging. He couldn't see the end of it. Who knew how many tens of thousands of them there were? Military chi condensed, and killing intent surged into the sky. It was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting apart, giving Li Qingshan an unprecedented sense of pressure. He realized that he was also facing a giant war beast, but it was 10 times bigger, and it was swinging its claws at him. The generals turned pale with fright and shouted, "Protect the general!" Without needing them to give the order, the soldier at the front had already quickened his pace. With the determination to die, they forged a wall of flesh and blood to stop the demonfolk army. Dai Mengfen was in charge of commanding the group of true disciples. No matter what, we must protect him. If anyone dares to cower in battle, I will skin him alive. Li Qingshan's footsteps paused slightly. The twanging of bowstrings merged together, immediately drowning out the battle cries. Thousands of arrows were fired together. The sky darkened like a dark cloud had suddenly risen up, blanketing the surroundings. Among them were several hundred flying meteors. They actually did not stand out at all. However, this time, they all bypassed Li Qingshan at the front. Their target was the Xuanwu army behind him. All soldiers, maintain your formation. Do not wander around. Li Qingshan ordered. All true disciples, protect the army. He gripped the hilt of his blade slowly and lowered his body slightly. With a boom, the sand below his feet sprayed into the air as he suddenly sped up. He had actually left the army on his own. He charged at the demon folk army alone. All the true disciples were stunned. They looked at Dai Mengfan. Dai Mengfan was taken aback too. She gritted her teeth. Protect the army. Wan Yaozhu leapt into the air on her white deer. With a wave of her hand, countless arrows sprouted. Some of them even bloomed into flowers. They immediately slowed down, falling into the army. They no longer possessed much power, blocked by the armor. Nice move, junior sister. Le Tian praised. The three-legged golden toad beneath his feet swelled in the wind. Its belly swelled up, almost becoming a ball. With a croak, it was like thunder, blowing away a large swathe of dark clouds. Resplendent techniques rushed into the air, sweeping away the endless rain of arrows. Boom, boom, boom. The streak of light pierced through several dozen flying meteors. Wan Jianfeng stopped. He needed to catch his breath. If this were a battle of magical abilities, even 10,000 flying meteors would not be able to harm a single hair on him. However, a battle formation was completely different. He had to take into account the drain on his energy and stamina. How could it be easy to fend off an entire army with a single sword? Fortunately, there were many direct disciples working together, which was why they could stop it. However, everyone's attention was focused on the charging lone figure at the front. They all thought the same thing. This junior brotherly is extremely talented and powerful, but he's far too reckless. The wind grew louder and louder. The battle cries were deafening. The vicious faces of the demon folk at the very front could be clearly seen. Under the golden helmet, Li Qingshan smiled. He took a step, and the ground cracked as he rushed into the air. Everyone raised their heads. Their hearts were in their throats. Li Qingshan constantly rose up, dispersing a large swathe of arrows and shattering a flying meteor. In the blink of an eye, the almost complete 12-citadel demon formation of the ominous appeared in the distance. He continued to rise, passing through the clouds in the next moment. The sea of clouds stretched for thousands of kilometers, and the sun blazed brightly. Reckless. Ingja shook his head in disdain. He smiled at the demon emperors. Don't tell me he's trying to escape. At least he's a little smart. The moment he reached the highest point, there was a clang. Li Qingshan drew his ending blossoming blade and descended from above. Boom. He burst through the sea of clouds in a single moment, leaving behind a huge hole. The sunlight illuminated the ground, enveloping the demon folk army. The demon folk could not help but squint their eyes. Under the sunlight, the golden armor shone even more brightly, rapidly descending towards the demon folk army like a scorching sun. The demon folk refused to back down. Surging military chi condensed into a vicious beast, clawing its way towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan swung down with his blade. The blade aura whistled through the air, cutting deeply into the vicious beast's body. However, the vicious beast condensed from military chi had no flesh or blood, so it was not afraid of this at all. It extended its claws towards Li Qingshan instead. Myriad flowers. The blade aura bloomed again and again like a flower. The resplendent blade light erupted thousands of times, tearing the vicious beast to pieces and swallowing it immediately. Boom! The ground shook violently. Li Qingshan landed in the center of the demon folk army. The demon emperor at the front was smashed to a pulp along with his mount. A wave of earth swept out in all directions, knocking countless demon folk into the air. Ingja was rendered speechless, while the demon emperors were dumbfounded. Even with their bodies, they would definitely be heavily injured if they were smashed like that in the border region. The true disciples all widened their eyes. Wan Jianfeng said with difficulty, "Just what kind of monster is this?" In the center of the huge pit, where the light illuminated, Li Qingshan raised his ending blossoming blade high into the air. Victory! Chapter 1506. The morale of the Xuanwu army was greatly boosted, and so were the true disciples. Li Qingshan brandished his blade and pointed it straight at the demon folk camp. He asked loudly, "Are there any demon kings bold enough to fight me?" As if intimidated by his aura, not a single person in the millions of troops replied. Dai Mengfan's eyes lit up, and Wan Zhuanfeng secretly tightened his grip on his sword, but they both pretended that nothing had happened and continued to block the endless rain of arrows and meteors. It would be great if he could lure one out. Ang's expression changed a few times, then he smiled and said, "Interesting. As expected of the Wan Xiang sect to have such a hidden character. Tu Wanqing, don't be provoked by him. Be careful that you don't get slaughtered." On the other hand, he urged the demon heart to speed up the construction of the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous. Rumble, 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 the last totem pillar broke through the ground and slowly rose into the sky. No matter how many tricks he has, as long as the 12 citadel demon formation of the evil isn't broken, we'll be in an invincible position. Tu Wanqing snorted coldly in his heart. Of course I understand. Do I need you to teach me? Not long ago, he was almost killed by Chao Tianjiao. Right now, there were so many true inheritors eyeing him like tigers watching their prey. If he dared to step out of the formation, they would definitely rush over to surround and kill him. In any case, there were plenty of sacrificial offerings, so there was no need for a dignified demon emperor to take the risk. He ordered sternly, "Continue to attack, don't stop, or I will swallow him alive." Who would dare to disobey the orders of the demon monarch? In an instant, smoke and dust rose from the ground, and battle cries rang out again. Armies of demon folk set out, charging towards Li Qingshan. Even the demon folk soldiers who had been scattered around the pit roared hysterically as they charged over. The demonic clouds gathered again and blocked out all the sunlight. The world became dark again. Compared to the thick demonic clouds, a mere hole was nothing. Li Qingshan felt slightly regretful. Just like what Li Liehua had said, as long as they could kill a demon emperor and break the 12 citadel demon formation of evil, they would have won half the battle. Otherwise, even if he killed 1,000,000 demon folk, he might not necessarily emerge victorious. Unfortunately, these demon emperors were all extremely cunning. Moreover, he had no sense of shame, so goading him was useless. "Die!" A demon folk roared as he charged towards him, stabbing his spear viciously at his back. Li Qingshan waved his hand without looking back. The saber wind surged as it sliced through the air. The tip of the spear was broken, and a head flew into the air as fresh blood spurted out. The wind from the blade swept past all the demon folk within 30 meters. They were either decapitated or cut in half. Blood gushed out from their necks and their internal organs gushed out. They all fell to the ground, scattering in the sinkhole. Demonic blood flowed freely. A few of the lucky ones just happened to be cut in half at the waist. The demon folk's vitality was tough too, so they did not die immediately. They let out miserable cries. It immediately turned into a tragic hell. Wan Yaozu frowned. She couldn't bear to look at it. Dai Mengfen saw this and warned, "Junior sister, these demon folk deserve to die 1,000 times over. It's a battle to the death on the battlefield, so you better not show any mercy later." "Yep," Wan Yaozhu replied, but she could not help but look at Li Qingshan. He stood in the center of the sinkhole. His face was hidden under the golden visor, such that no one could see his expression. He only swung his blade again and again, slaughtering the demon folk coldly. Severed limbs flew through the air. Blood gathered beneath his feet, submerging his ankles in the blink of an eye and dyeing his golden armor red. He seemed like a god of slaughter from hell. He did not seem to feel any pity at all. He had no interest in slaughtering, but he definitely did not have any benevolence. Since he was an enemy, he could kill 100,000 or 1,000,000. If the demon folk were willing to throw their lives away like this, then it would be for the best. However, he had a feeling that it definitely would not be that simple. A shadow suddenly loomed over him. Li Qingshan raised his head. Several twisted, vicious beasts condensed from military chi lunged towards him together. Boom! Like a vicious punch had landed on a basin of rotten meat. Organs, blood, broken limbs, and shattered bones flew through the air. Wan Yaoju cried out, "Qingshan!" These vicious beasts were extremely powerful. Every single one of them was on par with demon emperors. Because they were condensed from military chi, they suffered very little suppression from the laws of the world. It was equivalent to a combined attack from several demon emperors. However, as a cultivator, Li Qingshan was greatly affected by this region of the border. Even human emperors faced the danger of dying when faced with different forces of strength. The sinkhole sank even deeper. His feet sank into the ground. Between the vicious, twisted heads of the vicious beasts, Li Qingshan blocked all of the attacks with his blade. He thought to himself, no problem. I can block them. He swung his blade as hard as he could and pressed forward, launching another charge. Cold light flickered as countless blades and spears stabbed towards him. He charged forward like a steel chariot. The blades and spears all snapped, unable to leave behind a single mark on his golden armor. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bones shattering filled his ears. All of the demon folk who stood in his way were sent flying. They did not even have the chance to cry out, dying midair. He charged into the demon folk army and swung his blade violently, unleashing a massacre. Streaks of cold light flashed past as wisps of wind whistled through the air. If one looked down from above, the densely packed demon folk would be swept away in swathes. 100? 1,000? 10,000? He killed innumerable people. The sea of people surged. The blades and spears were like a forest, but they seemed endless. The demon emperors who led the army hid deep within the army, controlling the vicious beasts to launch attacks again and again. They were like raging tides, kicking up great waves in the sea of people. Li Qingshan unleashed the wildflower blade style to the limit, hacking, thrusting, and slashing. He blocked the attacks again and again, but he only focused on slaughtering the demon folk. These vicious beasts were condensed from military chi. They could not be killed at all. Even if they were cut into pieces, they could reform, unless he killed the commander or all of the demon folk. Finding a commander in an army of thousands was not easy, and there were constant attacks from the vicious beasts with military chi, so he just gave up on this option. However, the massacre seemed simple and pleasurable, but there was a huge problem. Killing a demon folk would exhaust a sliver of his mind, and these demon folk were all clad in armor. After they fell into formation, it would probably take a sliver of effort. It might only be a sliver, but if it accumulated, it would be no small matter. The risk of dying would constantly increase. Many human emperors became submerged in the slaughter, swallowed inch by the boundless sea of blood. By the time they wanted to withdraw, it would already be too late. Even a measly soldier could threaten them. What an idiot. I'd like to see how long he can keep killing. Tu Wancheng laughed madly. Even sacrificing 100,000 demon folk for a single human emperor would be worth it, let alone the commander of the Xuanwu army. They were just sacrifices anyway, so he would not feel the pinch no matter how many died. In the boundless demon domain, they would still grow madly like weeds. Dai Mengfen could not help but say to him, "Junior brotherly, don't fall for the enemy's tricks. Wasting your strength on these lowly demon folk really isn't worth it." Li Qingshan did not reply. He only focused on killing through the surging sea of people. The power of every single swing of his was not particularly great. There was not even a blade aura. He only used the edge of his blade to kill his enemies. However, upon closer observation, he discovered that the power of every single swing had not weakened at all. After undergoing the fifth heavenly tribulation, his strength of the earth had become even more powerful. The power was basically endless. Even the strength he had depleted when he used the myriad flower strike in the beginning had been recovered. When he said, "It's no problem, I can stop them," he meant that he had not depleted any of his strength at all. Chapter 1507. Tu Wancheng's smile gradually stiffened. God damn it, there must be something wrong with that armor. Dai Mengfen also said, "Junior brother Lu, the giant spirit armor you forged is actually like this." Lu Boyan shook his head. "It has nothing to do with the armor. That's his own power." The true disciples all fell silent. In particular, the true disciples who had once wagered on whether Li Qingshan could become a true disciple within 30 years all felt rather embarrassed. Senior Brother Li's insight is still outstanding after all. Lutian smiled unnoticeably bitterly. Even he had never seen his true appearance in the past. He only treated him as a dark horse worth betting on. Looking at it now, if he was a dark horse, then what was he? An inferior horse? Across the 6 realms of Sasra and the 3,000 worlds, just how many people could achieve something like this? Not to mention he already possessed such strength after undergoing the 5th heavenly tribulation. Not to mention, he already had such strength after just overcoming the 5th heavenly tribulation. If he reached the peak of the 5th heavenly tribulation, not to mention becoming a true disciple, he might even become the eldest senior brother. In terms of insight, I only admire junior sister Wan for summoning this kid to the Myriad sect. Wan Yaoju reddened and murmured, "Senior brother Moya is talking nonsense." What insight? He wanted to come. Dai Mengfen said, "Sigh, no wonder he refuses to accept the prodigies and the Laihua tribe. How can someone like him be willing to submit to others? The spirit exalt can see through fate, so it makes sense for him to be treated differently." Wan Jianfeng flicked his sword. "Don't be so emotional, everyone. No matter what, it's not a bad thing that he's on our side." Dai Mengfen nodded. "Of course. Remember to preserve your strength." She glanced at the demon folk camp and said meaningfully, "The war hasn't even begun yet." At this time, the Xuanwu Legion's 500,000-strong army had finally left Black Cloud City. They were protected by a group of true disciples. Under the protection of a group of true disciples, they were undergoing a final reorganization. The sky was gloomy. Li Qingshan strode forward with heavy steps. Step by step, he advanced bravely, passing through the surging sea of people. His golden armor had been dyed scarlet by the blood. Only the wild blade in his hand. After it drank its fill of fresh blood, the saber patterns faintly emitted a red light, becoming more and more beautiful and dazzling. A while later, over 10,000 demon folk had already died to his blade, and the number was rapidly rising. Corpses covered the ground. With a saber in hand, he was invincible. If God stood in his way, he would kill gods and demons. However, behind the thick visor, his eyes were always black, and there wasn't even a trace of bloodlust. His expression was so calm that he didn't look like he was fighting on the battlefield. Rather than a warrior, he looked more like a farmer cutting grass with a sickle. The blade swept past, leaving an arc of light. The ending flower frenzy blade was too sharp. As a result, he did not feel like he was cutting anything, let alone using the wind generated by the saber to kill the enemy. With just a casual wave of the sword, bodies were cut open one by one and fell to the ground in pieces. Who said that human lives were like ants? In this situation, they were even less than ants. Even ants struggled to live, but demon folk did not fear death. They roared as they charged over wave after wave, only to be harvested wave after wave. Their lives became insignificant. Such a scene was enough to wake up anyone who had fantasies about war. Heroes were also butchers. The wildflower blade's soul sensed his emotions and mocked, "Kid, you sure are strange. Do you think the enemy is too weak? A battle like this isn't worth my time." He swore to fight the strongest enemy and not obtain satisfaction from slaughtering the weak. If he indulged in a slaughter like this, it would be an insult to the true intent of the tiger demon. However, a feeling grew stronger and stronger. The battle had only just begun. The enemy camp did not budge at all, like a colossal, prostrating beast. He had only scratched the surface right now. At most, he would only feel some pain. The outcome was still up in the air. The wildflower blade's soul laughed aloud. "You're a natural Azura." "No, you're even more like an Azura than the Azura I've seen in the past. You can use me to your heart's content." "All right." Li Qingshan swung his blade and took another step forward. His strength skyrocketed, and his strength rapidly recovered. He had already crossed the border and entered the demon domain. The laws of the demon domain did not suppress him. As a matter of fact, they even assisted him to a certain extent. A vicious beast condensed from military chi lunged over, but it immediately slowed down in his eyes. As a result, he swung his demise wildflower blade. In that moment, time seemed to come to a standstill. One swing, 2 swings, 3 swings. Before the wind at the front had even dispersed, the wind at the back had already surged over, overlapping and compressing together. To the bystanders, all they saw was him swinging out who knew how many times in a single moment. The blade paused, and the fierce wind whistled sharply, turning into a black tornado that whistled over. The vicious beast with the aura of a general was swallowed whole. No matter what it was, whether demon folk, weapons, or armor, once it was sucked in, it would be torn to pieces in a split second, reduced to a bloody mist. The tornado continued onwards, carving out a deep ravine in the ground. Li Qingshan gazed into the distance. There were no longer any demon folk blocking his way. He had already killed his way through the demon folk army. Behind him was a path of blood strewn with broken limbs and blades. There were still several tens of thousands of demon folk in the armies that had come to encircle him. None of their commanders were dead either, but when they saw this, they were all devastated. The few remaining vicious beasts with army chi twisted and collapsed. Their morale had completely collapsed. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath and called out, "The one who destroys the enemy is Li Qingshan." The cheers were like a tsunami. "The general is mighty." Li Qingshan looked back. "Where are the commanders-in-chief of the 5 armies?" The commanders-in-chief of the 5 armies said together, "Yes, sir." "Advance with me and purge the remaining enemies." "Yes, sir." With the order, the army of 500,000 advanced together. Morale surged like fire. The surging torrent of metal advanced with a rumble. At the same time, it was clearly layered and orderly, as if they were a single entity. The remaining several tens of thousands of demon folk on the battlefield had their formation destroyed by Li Qingshan and lost their morale. They basically could not put up any resistance at all, so they were crushed viciously. The Xuanwu army was like a colossal, metallic beast, swallowing several thousand demon folk in a single gulp and chewing them to pieces. A measly several tens of thousands of demon folk were nowhere near enough to devour. Large numbers of demon folk began to flee, but the demon folk army holding the rear forcefully drove them back to the battlefield. Very soon, they were all wiped out. Li Qingshan frowned. Just what were the demon folk trying to do? The army followed Li Qingshan's footsteps and pushed into the demon domain. Only then did the entire army completely unfurl. It was like the surface of a metal fan, with him as the axis. Thousands of eyes stared at his figure fervently. Scorching military chi gathered towards Li Qingshan. The war banners of the 5 armies fluttered in the wind. A golden-armored war god that resembled Li Qingshan gradually rose up from his body, standing on the ground. It continued to rise higher and higher. Even the true disciples in the air had to raise their heads to look at it. Dai Mengfen sighed in amazement. The Xuanru army god. This was the highest form that military chi could condense. It was the embodiment of an army, and it could only appear under extremely strict conditions. First of all, the army had to be large enough, and it had to be a long-term, complete organization like the Xuanwu army. Afterwards, their morale had to be high enough too. Only then could they condense a war god, but that was only a possibility. The general was the soul of an army. Just gaining the recognition of the entire army was not enough for the commander. They had to worship him. A butcher who treated human lives like grass and took pleasure in killing would never receive true worship. The god of war would only descend when the unreserved trust of the entire army and the desire for victory were all placed on the commander-in-chief. Li Qingshan could sense endless power surging through him. It had even completely surpassed the strength of the earth. He could even slap a demon king to death. Chapter 1508. The black tortoise war god stood on the battlefield, unmoving like a mountain. Everyone looked up to him. This was the response from the soldiers when Li Qingshan took the lead and slaughtered his way through the enemy formation alone with a single blade in hand. Li Qingshan did not look back, but he clearly saw the ordinary faces and the scorching gazes. Every single one of them was so ordinary and insignificant, like ants. However, Li Qingshan could sense that the power they gave him was far greater than his own power. No, this was the source of his power. He had once been as insignificant as them, carrying the most ordinary of desires, fine wine and beauties, desiring battle and victory. He had made it to where he was today step by step. How was he noble? How was he lowly? He closed his eyes, and his belief became firmer. They're not ants. I'm not ants either. Tu Wanqing yelled, "Release the arrows, release the arrows. Keep throwing rocks. Smash it to death." Li Qingshan widened his eyes. The black tortoise war god roared at the sky, his voice echoing through the clouds and surging like waves. It swept away the rain of arrows, the meteors cooled down and shattered, and the great winds swept through the demon folk camp. Countless banners toppled. Tu Wanqing paled in fright and took a few steps back. The might of a single rage could collapse the world. A soldier roared out in the Xuanwu army. His voice was hoarse and resounding. Compared to the war god's roar, it was pitifully tiny. But very soon, the soldiers began to roar out one by one, turning into a buzzing ocean. In the blink of an eye, everyone cheered together, creating a tsunami. The direct disciples were all shocked. Some of them blinked their eyes as if they were in disbelief. These regular soldiers that they would never even glance at could actually erupt with such a powerful aura. It made them, human emperors, feel like they were a lone rowboat in a raging storm. The military chi blazed like fire, weaving into a golden cape on the black tortoise war god's back inch by inch. A huge blade condensed in his hand inch by inch. On the other end of the battlefield, the scorching flame army was assembling. Unlike the Xuanwu army, they had a greater variety of soldiers. Apart from heavy infantry, there were also 100,000 horsemen, as well as large numbers of light cavalry and archers. Just like Li Qingshan, Li Liehua rode a red-maned horse and stood at the front of the formation. Looking at the scene and listening to this angry roar, no one knew what he was thinking. Huahua exclaimed in surprise, "This kid can actually do this." "I'm afraid Chao Tenjiao is just SOSO. Li Liehua nodded. "It is indeed unexpected." Huahua smiled and said, "I thought he would ask you to fight him head-on, and he would lead the surprise attack from the flank. Isn't he afraid that you'll run away when the situation isn't right?" In fact, the two of them didn't communicate at all, let alone argue. This was a matter of life and death, and it was all up to Li Liehua to decide. It would have been fine if they were sworn brothers, but they were enemies who could not wait for the other to die. Before the battle, they didn't have a soul exchange or bury the hatchet. Just like that, they led their armies onto the battlefield. Li Liehua said, "He won't, and neither will I." Huahua tilted his head and looked at Li Liehua. "You men are so strange." "Is it strange?" Li Liehua stared at the black tortoise war god and said quietly, "I've already received the letter of challenge." He raised his spear high into the air, and flames roared. The flames wrapped around a man and a horse, burning brighter and brighter. Firelight surged into the air, illuminating the eyes. They withdrew their gazes from the black tortoise war god. They had their own war god as well. Tu Wanqing turned around and fled back to the central army. Within the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous, he was afraid that the black tortoise war god would cut him down. No demon king mocked him. They were all stern. Ing just squinted his eyes. He also sensed danger. "We can't let him gather any more military chi. Order the shaman priests to begin the ritual." The chanting of incantations rang out from everywhere, deep and gloomy. The shaman priests danced on the altars, like ancient people praying to the heavens for rain. However, it was not the heavens that enveloped this place. It was the demonic heavens. How could they not offer sacrifices for rain? The sacrifices were not livestock, but living demon folk. The ground was littered with corpses and rivers of blood. They were all corpses of the demon folk that Li Qingshan had slaughtered and devoured by the black tortoise army. Slivers of demon chi suddenly rose up at this moment. The demonic clouds in the sky surged and hung thickly, as if an indescribably terrifying existence was currently tasting the offerings. The shaman priests knelt on the altar and pressed their foreheads against the ground. They raised their hands and praised madly, "Demonic heavens, O demonic heavens! The supreme demonic heavens, the eternal demonic heavens, the everlasting demonic heavens. You are the mother of chaos, you are the source of all evil." The army of several million demon folk all prostrated themselves on the ground. The The 12 demon emperors all lowered their heads deeply too. Li Qingshan raised his head and felt rather familiar. When the black sun descended, the demonic heavens had once wanted to crown him, but he had turned them down without the slightest hesitation. He even stood against the demon domain. All he felt right now was disgust. The demonic heavens seemed to recognize him. Under the surging demonic clouds, the laws of the world constantly wove together. A murmur filled with evil and indistinguishable constantly rang out in his ears and in his heart, as if it was tempting him and also threatening him. Ingja lowered his head and glanced over in confusion from the corner of his eye. The sacrificial ceremony this time seemed rather special. The demonic heavens will manifested extremely strongly. No matter how clever he was, he would never have imagined that the man in the towering god of war was the legendary person chosen by the demonic heavens. The demonic clouds covered the sky as if they were about to crush the black tortoise army god's raised head. Li Qingshan bellowed out and swung his blade at the demonic heavens. Immediately, the murmur turned into a shrill howl. The demonic clouds surged. With a whoosh, the rain poured down. Like a heavenly river flowing backwards, the black rain formed a curtain of rain, blocking off vision and washing away the ground mercilessly. It rapidly gathered into a flash flood and drowned the black tortoise army. Li Qingshan swung down with his blade, and a deep ditch appeared in the ground. However, the rain never stopped, and the demonic clouds surged endlessly. The flood surged into the ditch and rapidly rose up again. The power of the Black Tortoise Army God was not limitless either. Although the military chi could help the soldiers block many techniques, it could not stop the water. This was no longer a human, but a natural disaster. It was the wrath of the demonic heavens. Dai Mengfan ordered the true disciples to deal with the flood as she looked back at Black Cloud City. Junior brother Pai, why don't you do something? Among all the true disciples, only Pai Yangqiu remained in Black Cloud City. He was responsible for maintaining the black cloud roar of lightning formation exactly for this moment. The demon folk had already used this move countless times, so how could they not have a countermeasure? At the top of Black Cloud City, Pai Yangqiu wrapped his hands around the core of the formation. Rumble! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Under his control, the black clouds that enveloped Black Cloud City all year round surged towards the demon domain. He did everything he could to unleash all the power accumulated in the black cloud roar of lightning formation. Immediately, the black clouds and demonic clouds collided. In that moment, lightning flashed. The rumbles shook up endlessly, with no gaps in between. Light and darkness interweaved madly like the end of the world. Within the thunderous roar, the demonic clouds rapidly dispersed, and the rain gradually stopped. The clouds dispersed and the rain dispersed. Sunlight shone down, shining on the armor and forming a sea of light. Under the clear blue sky, the Black Tortoise Army began to move. Its cloak rose high into the air as it swung its huge blade forward. Chapter 1509. The Xuanwu army surged forward like a tidal wave, and the sound of armor colliding rang out like muffled thunder rolling on the ground. In the sky, all the true disciples followed along, their hearts filled with hope. How could the demon folk stop such an army and such a military god? Dai Mengfan's brows furrowed with a hint of worry, and she said seriously, "Fellow Taoists, the war is dangerous. Please be careful." Curson smiled. "You're worrying too much, senior sister. In my opinion, although there are many demon folk, they lack a talented commander like Junior Brotherly who can rally the morale of the army. Even if they have a military formation, it's just a formality. The morale of the army can't be condensed into a god of war. With this black tortoise military god, how hard would it be to break the 12 citadel demon formation of the evil?" The demon folk possessed an army of several million, spanning hundreds of kilometers. However, neither Tu Wanqing nor any of the demon kings possessed the strength and prestige to command an army of several million. Even gathering military chi was an issue, let alone condensing a war god. Dai Mengfen nodded. "Junior sister has never been to the battlefield. It's not bad that you have such knowledge." However, Le Tian suddenly interrupted, We're about to enter the demon's domain. Senior sister, there's no need to say anymore. Some things, can only be understood after experiencing it. The owner of the Spiritual Treasures Tower, Lu Boming, silently took out an exquisite small boat from his sleeve and threw it into the air. It expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a giant steel ship that was thousands of feet long. He jumped into it. Kursin pouted. Sixth senior brother is too timid. Third senior sister's words are reasonable. How can I not listen? Lu Boming smiled and said, "This 7 treasures exquisite boat is my mount. I don't have many opportunities to use it, so now it's just the right time to fight." The giant spirit divine armor he gave to Li Qingshan was already considered a rare item, but compared to this 7 treasures exquisite ship, it was nothing. This was an imitation of the immortal warship that heavenly soldiers and generals rode above the 9 heavens. From the design to the construction, a lot of effort and resources had been spent. Not only was it incredibly powerful, but it was also indestructible. Even if the 12 demon monarchs attacked it together, it would not be able to withstand it. He was not afraid either. He believed that in this war, he would be the safest one. Coupled with the great destructive power of the 7 treasures exquisite ship, he would definitely be able to slaughter many demon folk and make a name for himself. As a result, his ranking on the list of 10,000 phenomenon rose a few ranks. As for the giant spirit divine armor, the sect would naturally compensate him after the victory. Perhaps it could even be counted as a battle merit. Apart from Wan Yaoju, who had a slightly reluctant look on her face, the true disciples were all gearing up for battle and took out their trump cards. He was ready to start a massacre. Dai Mengfen frowned slightly and did not say anything else. Which true disciple wasn't a peerless genius with extraordinary talent? All of them had their own pride, so it was useless to say anything more. They would understand very soon that demon folk were not that easy to deal with. Angel looked at the approaching black tortoise god of war and the flames on his flanks. He didn't show the slightest fear. Instead, he sneered and said, "Black Cloud City has been breached. Tu Wanqing, are you ready?" Boom! The 12th totem pillar pierced through the clouds, and a lifelike image of a demon god emerged from it. It seemed like a human, yet not a human, like a beast, yet not a beast. It had a single, huge eye and 2 boar-like teeth protruded from its gaping mouth. It gave off a vicious aura. The ground shook gently. The 12 totem pillars seemed to form another world. Resplendent demonic light wove together, forming a strange scene that condensed into the core of the formation. The 12th citadel demon formation of the ominous was complete. Tu Wanqing climbed onto the totem pillar and smiled viciously. "I've been waiting a long time ago." The 12th citadel demon formation of the ominous had been activated. The lifelike image of the demon god suddenly blinked and began to move. Ingja, who had only lowered his head when the demons descended, suddenly knelt down. Ingja, who had only lowered his head when the demons descended, suddenly knelt down. Just like the shaman priests, he touched his forehead to the ground and raised his hands. "Welcome, demon god Bai En." The other demon emperors knelt down on the totem pillars as well and called out, "Welcome, demon god Bai En." The will of the demon domain was in chaos. At the level of demon emperors, there was no longer much reverence. But if they accidentally offended demon god Bai En, only death awaited them. That demon god was famous for his arrogance and ruthlessness. Of course, this was not the true descent of a demon god. It was just an incarnation formed by the 12 citadel demon formation of evil. It did not have a trace of consciousness and only its evil spirit was present. But this battle was related to the legendary Black Sun descent. No one could be sure if demon god Bai En's consciousness would descend. Demon god Bai En charged out of the totem pillar, and its single eye widened. It saw the approaching black tortoise military god. The black tortoise military god also looked over coldly. Its arrogant and vicious spirit was instantly enraged. It opened its gaping mouth and roared fiercely. Waves of air that could be seen with the naked eye surged out. The black tortoise military god's advance paused slightly, and it also roared furiously. A deafening boom resounded. Kursin felt as if a wooden stake had been thrown into her ear. Her expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly circulated her magic power to block. By now, the true disciples had already crossed the border with the Black Tortoise military god, entering the demon domain. Although they would be suppressed by the laws of the demon domain, they had still recovered their cultivation as human emperors. Against the incarnation of demon god Bai, and they actually felt like they were struggling to fend it off. Having taken them down a notch, they no longer dared to be careless. Kursin bit her lip gently. "Senior sister, you're right. If it weren't for the Black Tortoise military god, we probably wouldn't be able to get through the 12 Citadel demon formation of evil, even if we attacked together." Before Dai Mengfan could say anything, Letian said, "Don't panic, junior sister. We're only just getting there." His eyes squinted into a line, but he no longer had his usual calm smile of having everything under control. He fiddled around with the 2 dice in his right hand. It was as if he wanted to peer into the heavenly secrets and divine the outcome of this gamble, or even life and death. A demon-folk shaman, Zhuang, raised his head and called out madly, "It's a demon god. A demon god has descended." The camp of demon folk erupted. Millions of demon folk gazed at the demon god Bai, and with bloodshot eyes, filled with zealous admiration. It was the complete opposite of the demon king's cautious attitude. The 12 demon gods were the targets of worship for all demon folk. They were the supreme existences in their hearts. They called out the demon god's name, Bai En. Bai En. Bai En. This word did not seem like a title, but the most evil of curses. It possessed terrifying power in its own right. The cries of the several 100,000 people in the Black Tortoise army were already like a tsunami. Now that millions of people were calling out together, it was like the world was collapsing. Dai Mengfen closed her eyes, but the nightmares of the past were all revived, swaying before her eyes. The expressions of all the true disciples changed. They could sense that something terrifying was about to happen. Li Qinghan frowned, but he did not stop. He faced the gaze from the Bai and demon god's single eye and continued onwards. Ingja said, "God, please possess me." The demon kings all said, "God, please possess me." The Bai and demon god descended from above, landing on Tu Wancheng. In that moment, a military aura surged towards him like the clouds and the sea. The Bai and demon god swelled up rapidly, surging past the Black Tortoise war god in the blink of an eye and directly standing shoulder to shoulder with Black Cloud City in the distance. No, to it, Black Cloud City was already within reach. It crouched down slightly and blocked out the sunlight, casting a huge shadow over it. Kursin's eyes were dazed. She murmured, "What is that?" Chapter 15:10. Li Qingshan suddenly stiffened up, like a frog that had encountered a snake. He could not help but tremble slightly. A sense of terror rose up involuntarily, as if he was facing a natural enemy. Even though he was already mentally prepared, he still found the monster that had appeared before him unbelievable. In comparison, Qiongqi's clone in the past was powerful, but it was still restricted by the laws of the world of the 9 provinces. Just now, the demonic sky was terrifying, but it was chaotic and twisted after all. It lacked self-awareness. However, not only did the Taowu demon god's strength completely exceed the human emperor and demon emperor, but it even exceeded regular human immortals and evil gods. It was like a demon god had arrived in person, and it was filled with hostility. Wan Zhuanfeng's hand trembled, and he suddenly gripped the hilt of his sword. How can my sword cut through something like that? Dai Mengfen opened her eyes. The nightmare had come true, and it was even more terrifying than ever before. It was as if she had returned to her childhood, turning back into the little girl who was afraid of the wind and shadows. She sighed with a bitter smile. "That's why I hate war." On the other side of the battlefield, Huahua gazed at the colossal figure that connected the sky and said to Li Liahua very seriously, "Let's just flee to the demonic beast realm." Li Liahua remained silent. He did not reply. The air on the battlefield seemed to freeze, turning into twisted vortexes that dragged everyone into the abyss. The moment Taowu appeared, Before it had even struck, it had deterred everyone. Normally, Tu Wanqing would have burst out laughing already, but right now, an even more powerful spirit pierced through his mind. It was proud, vicious, and forceful. It was also the spirit that pierced through the entire battlefield. Tao twisted its neck and opened its gaping mouth. Its great, hard voice rang through the surroundings. The world is heartless and all life is worthless. Millions of demon folk called out together, the world is heartless and all life is worthless. They were filled with resentment and fury, cursing the heartless world. Tao's existence immediately became even more consolidated, and its body stretched out even more. Its huge single eye swiveled around, and its gaze swept across the battlefield like a pillar of light. Every single person, whether it be the regular soldiers or true disciples, they all sank even deeper into the swamp of fear. Tao said again, "The saints are heartless and all life is worthless." Looking down from above, humans were indeed as insignificant as ants. They crawled on the ground densely, so fragile and so fleeting. The saints are heartless, and all living beings are ants. Millions of demon folk howled. They were willing to treat themselves as lowly ants. He was not afraid of death. A frenzied aura instantly overwhelmed the Xuanwu army. Why would people with the will to live step onto such a tragic battlefield? With just 2 sentences and 16 words, Bian had turned the situation around. All the efforts that Li Qingshan and the others had put in from the beginning to the end seemed to be a joke. What perseverance and determination! What equality! In the face of absolute power, what meaning was there? I called you an ant. You are an ant, even if you aren't. In the end, Bian stared at the black tortoise god of war. His gaze seemed to pierce through the layers of military aura and see Li Qingshan. I'm heartless too. These words, which did not contain any power, were like a huge wooden stick stabbing into his chest. A pure and unyielding spirit seemed to be able to suppress everything. Boom! The black tortoise god of war twisted and blurred for a moment, and its military aura showed signs of dissipating. Oh no! Li Qingshan was alarmed. The situation was already extremely bad. He was supported by the tremendous military aura, yet he still endured such great pressure, let alone the true disciples. Even the regular soldiers. They all stared at the shadow above them blankly. They could not even see Bian in its entirety. Even the bravest of warriors shivered inside. If they had not formed a military formation and united will, Bian could have driven these hundreds of thousands of people into a frenzy with his spirit alone. Li Qingshan knew that if this continued, the morale of the army would collapse very soon. The entire army would collapse. Several 100,000 soldiers would be at the mercy of the enemy, and the enemy had not even truly done anything yet. Faced with such dire straits, if it were someone else, they probably would have considered retreating already. However, the suppression instead roused his stubbornness, making him rise up with an even greater will to fight. His chest heaved several times as he bellowed out, "Advance!" The black tortoise god of war advanced, charging at the demon folk army alone just like Li Qingshan. He swung his blade at Bian. His voice was like thunder, and his blade was like lightning, ripping apart the terrifying shadow cast by Bian. The morale of the army trembled as they looked at Li Qingshan, at their war god. The slash roused Tu Wanqing from his sweet dream. He returned to his senses from the powerful spirit of the Bian demon god. He was both surprised and furious. Bian extended his hand and grabbed the blade. There was a hint of disbelief in his tough, furious voice. "You actually dare to challenge a war god?" "Challenge?" Li Qingshan smiled. "No, I'm going to kill you." "Huh, just you." Tu Wanqing laughed from extreme anger. Bian's other arm shot through the air like a black dragon, reaching towards the black tortoise god of war's head with a huge, black hand. With a thump, the space there trembled. The black tortoise god of war's punch landed in the center of the huge hand. Who knew how deep his feet sank into the ground? Their physiques were like that of a child and a brawny man, but it was a contest of strength. Li Qingshan gritted his teeth. "I'm not alone," he roared. "Advance!" Unknowingly, the army's morale that was on the verge of collapsing solidified again. The general was the courage of the army. The soldiers woke up from their terror and murmured, "General." Tu Wanqing said viciously, "I'll grind you into dust." Bian suddenly looked down. A demonic light shot out from its single eye and shrouded the black tortoise god of war. The black tortoise god of war burned in the demonic light. Its golden armor dimmed, and its cloak became tattered, turning into ashes inch by inch. His towering body was fiercely suppressed without the slightest bit of resistance. The soil behind his feet bulged up, forming two small hills, but he still didn't take a single step back. Hua Hua was dumbfounded. This kid is crazy. Under the gaze of Bian, once the black tortoise god of war collapsed, anyone could escape. Only Li Qingshan would definitely die. However, Li Liaowa began to laugh. He laughed extremely happily and gave an order. At the same time, Li Qingshan's desperate roars rang out from afar. "Advance!" The commandants of the 5 armies shuddered inside. He asked loudly, "Have you all forgotten the oath you swore last night?" "We will never forget. We're willing to fight to the death with the general. The general has given his orders. Advance! 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 Advance!" Their ordinary faces actually shone with a light similar to Buddhism's enlightenment. They were fearless, as if they were facing death with equanimity. The war drums shook the sky, but the entire army fell silent instead. Only the clanging of armor against each other was filled with the determination to die. Following in Li Qingshan's footsteps, they advanced towards the unbelievably colossal Bian, towards the army that occupied millions of demon folk. Chapter 15:11. "Let's assist Junior Brotherly," Dai Mangfen said firmly. "Let's kill this monster." Originally, the best choice was to bypass the Bai and condensed from military chi and directly sweep through the regular demon folk. However, without assistance, the black tortoise war god would not be able to last at all. She tossed out a half-transparent scarf, which swelled in the wind and blotted out the sun in the blink of an eye. Clouds surged within it, as resplendent as the clouds of fire, enveloping the Bai-An's head. The scarlet scarf of fire was an arcane treasure personally bestowed by the sect master. It could envelop a range of 3,000 meters and possessed tremendous power. Once enveloped, even demon kings could forget about escaping. Swish! Wan Jianfeng twisted the hilt of his sword, and a streak of light tore through the air, cutting towards the Bai-An's huge eye first. The ship of 7 treasures thrummed and shook, firing its cannons at full strength. With the sound of metal rubbing and swelling, the bow of the ship opened up completely, forming a huge main cannon that was speckled with specks of light. All of the true disciples struck out with their full strength, unleashing the techniques they were the proudest of their lives and the most powerful arcane treasures they had ever used against the Bai-An. Lu Boming said firmly, "Fire." The ship of 7 treasures suddenly shot out with 1,000 streaks of light. The main cannon at the bow unleashed a blue pillar of light, striking the Bai-An's chest heavily. At that moment, dazzling light crisscrossed in the sky. The light shattered and dispersed, swallowing the Bai-An's colossal body. It tilted backwards slightly, releasing the black tortoise war god. Li Qingshan had just caught his breath, but he did not relax at all. An even greater sense of danger surged over. This still isn't enough. It's nowhere near enough. Lu Boming stood before the porthole and gazed at this rare, magnificent sight. He thought, an attack like this can even flatten a mountain. Just how many rounds of attacks can this fake Bai-An endure? Just now, it's been suppressed by the demon god's mental pressure. This is the perfect opportunity for my ship of 7 treasures to perform. Such a glorious attack basically filled all of the true disciples with confidence, as if they could see the dawn of victory. At this moment, a die in Lu Tian's hand shattered, and a layer of frost rapidly covered his temples. His eyes suddenly widened. This is a dead end. With a ripping sound, the fiery cloud scarlet cloth was torn to shreds. All the magic treasures were sent flying and even directly destroyed. A giant black palm suddenly reached out from the layers of light. He grabbed the 7 treasures' exquisite ship in midair. Before Lu Boming could react, the porthole was shrouded in darkness. With a bang, it cracked and shattered. The hull of the ship let out a cracking sound as it rapidly compressed inward. Boom! The indestructible Seven Treasures exquisite ship was crushed by Swanee, thrown on the ground like rags. Lu Boming broke through the distorted hull of the ship. He was bathed in blood and his bones were exposed. His body was on the verge of collapse. Dai Mangfen exclaimed, "Junior Marshal Brother Lu, be careful." That terrifying shadow loomed over him again. Lu Boming raised his head and looked up. Darkness filled his vision, and it took him a lot of effort to make out that it was the shape of a foot. No, boom! The giant foot stomped down, causing the earth to shake. The debris of the Seven Treasures exquisite boat scattered, and Lu Boming's aura disappeared. Even his yang spirit did not escape. With just a claw and a stomp, Lu Boming, the owner of the Spirit Treasures Tower, died. The true disciples were all stunned. They could not believe what had happened in front of them. A dignified human emperor had died so easily. The light danced and the smoke and dust dissipated. Swanee was almost unscathed. Tu Wanching laughed wildly. "Bugs. You're all bugs." A dark red beam of light shot out of Swanee's huge eye. It was 10 times thicker than the beam of the main cannon on the bow of the Seven Treasures exquisite boat just now. It pierced through the void and swept across. Almost all the true disciples were hit. All kinds of protective spells were shattered, and only protective magic treasures could withstand it. They were also sent flying by the fierce impact. Only a brawny true disciple riding on a giant bear raised a dark and heavy, solemn shield high and blocked the impact of the light just like that. Dai Mangfen warned, "Junior Marshal Brother Bear, don't be stubborn." However, it was too late. Swanee's eyes narrowed, and the dark red beam of light suddenly condensed to the thickness of a bucket, instantly piercing through the shield. The true disciple slowly lowered his head. A huge hole had appeared in his chest. Even his yang spirit had been pierced. The giant bear beneath him had just let out a sorrowful wail when the beam of light swept downwards, splitting it in half. The human and bear corpses fell from the sky together. A second true disciple had died, along with a demon emperor mount. 3 powerful existences who had undergone 5 heavenly tribulations had been slaughtered like pigs and dogs. The true disciples felt like they were about to lose their minds, or perhaps they had already lost their minds. All of their hopes for luck had been shattered. The brutality of the war had far exceeded their imaginations. This was not a battle of magical abilities. There were various life-saving techniques that could be used. At the very worst, they could even summon their young spirits. This was war. No one was absolutely safe. Even human emperors could be killed easily. Just now, Swanee's gaze was fixed on any one of them. None of them could say for sure that they could survive. Great terror gripped everyone. At this moment, there was a flash of golden light. Swanee lowered its head, only to see the black tortoise war god stab its huge blade into its abdomen. Blade chi immediately erupted, and the 2 military chi collided violently. With the deafening sound of war drums, the black tortoise army charged into the demonfolk camp. The demonfolk organized an army to receive them. In stark contrast to the silence of the human soldiers, the demonfolk roared out madly. Their battle cries shook up the surroundings as they charged. The wind whistled, rapidly drawing closer. Bang, 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 bang. On the undulating earth, a torrent of steel collided with each other. Their hands rose and fell. Spears formed a forest, and arrows pierced through the air. The cold blades harvested flesh and blood madly. Blood dyed the ground red very soon. A long line of blood rapidly expanded. Every single line was a hunting ground for the war beasts. Not a single person retreated. Whether it be the frenzied demon folk or the silent humans, they stabbed their weapons into the enemy as hard as they could before being killed by the enemies behind them. The demon folk numbered in the millions. They possessed absolute numbers, and they were abnormally insane. They basically charged towards the Black Tortoise army like they were seeking death. However, the Black Tortoise army's battle prowess was even greater. 5 people formed a group, with the sergeant leading the charge. 10 people formed a group, with the sergeant leading the charge. 100 people formed a group, with the sergeant leading the charge. Under the command of the commandant, the officer, and the brigade commander, they constantly advanced with the resolve to die. A shadow flickered in their hearts. The torrents of steel advanced unstoppably, slaughtering and devouring all demon folk they encountered. They were constantly whittled away as well. Someone died in battle every single moment. There was no objective, no limit. There was only a single belief. A furious roar, advance. In this frenzied slaughter, the military chi blazed like fire. Not only did it not weaken because of the large numbers of deaths, but the black tortoise war god even swelled up. Its tattered cloak surged violently as it stabbed its huge blade even deeper with its full strength. A huge, black hand fell down and grabbed the black tortoise war god's head. Swanee had become even larger than just now. An ant trying to shake a tree. It's pointless. The black tortoise war god's helmet twisted and collapsed under the huge hand, revealing a cold face similar to Li Qingshan's. The thundering of hooves rang out. Flames surged into the sky in the distance. An army of thousands galloped over. A fiery rider rode over on a fine horse. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.